Yes, it's just to check. I think that Dr. Cooper may be having difficulties hearing and seeing this morning, so I'm just waiting for confirmation back from him that whilst he's showing on my screen as being part of this call, it may be that he can't actually see or hear us. So just if we could wait for just a moment until I get confirmation back from him that he's actually able to hear proceedings this morning, if that's all right.
That's fine. Oh, Mr. Cooper is saying he's okay now, so hopefully that's okay. Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome back for day 2 of our inquiry into the Blarghour wind farm. I'll keep the introductory session to a minimum. If anyone wishes to hear the introduction I did yesterday, they can revisit that through the webcast. So where we got to yesterday was that we had heard the evidence of the applicant's witness, and Ms. Jack from Nature Scott was about to start her cross-examination of the witness. So that will be the business that we start off with this morning. Is there anything that anyone wants to raise before we go into the main business of the day? Mr. Trinick, anything from you?
Thank you, ma'am. You asked about the site visit yesterday.
Yes, I saw an email in that respect.
Indeed. So you've got some dates on offer there.
Yes, that's fine. I'll come back to you on that. There was a question just when you were on about, I did note that it said that everyone would have to drive their own four-wheel drive vehicles. It was really about the difficulty of that. Perhaps someone could check that out for me. I don't have any training in four-wheel driving, so as long as it's not too difficult, it'll be fine. But I'd be reticent if it was a very difficult track.
I'll ask that to be checked.
Okay, thank you very much. Miss Jack, anything before we start today?
No, nothing from you, ma'am.
That's great. On that basis, then, could I ask Miss Jack to start her cross-examination, please?
Good morning, Dr. Mills.
Good morning.
Can we have before us all a copy of your inquiry report, which is CD 14.5? Okay, and just to get started, if we first look at paragraph 1.6, and this is in your introductory section, and you're setting out your qualifications and relevant experience. This is just a point of clarity. You say you've been a geomorphologist since 2002, and your report says you have 22 years experience. I think that maybe should be 18 years. Is that just a minor correction?
No, I started mapping peak geomorphology at the start of my PhD in 1998.
Okay, so that's correct then, that's fine. And you state that your involvement, so this is at paragraph 1.8, you state that your involvement with Blarghour wind farm application began following the submission of the additional information and SNH's response to that. So the CD 1.10 is the additional information. That's dated the 28th of February 2019. Was it then or later than then that you first became involved?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the date, please, you just mentioned?
Yeah, the 28th of February 2019.
Yes.
So was it that date or later?
It was subsequent to that date, yeah.
And we see from CD 3.2 or Nature Scott as they are now, response to the additional information was dated the 18th of April 2019. Was it then or after then that you first became involved?
After then, from memory.
Okay, so are you able to give an indication of when it actually was that you had your first involvement?
That's a good question. Early this year, I think.
Okay, thank you. Still at 1.8, you say that you're a co-director at East Point Geo Limited, and I have a question because you state that appointment, but are you also sole director of AM Geomorphology?
No, that company's been wound up and hasn't been practically active for at least 2 years. It's an open company, but it's not practically worked on anything since. I think one of the last things I did was probably reviewing the document for ECU for Blarghour.
Okay, but you haven't mentioned that in your inquiry report, and I just wondered why that was, because if you and your company AM Geomorphology prepared that qualitative assessment of the slide risk assessment back in July 2018, is there a reason that you haven't mentioned this in your inquiry report as an involvement with Blarghour wind farm application?
No, I have mentioned it as I haven't been involved on the behalf of the applicant. Was what I've stated in my inquiry report. So I've been very clear about my role in acting on behalf of ECU in checking the peak stability assessment. That's stated in my inquiry report.
Okay, so your involvement earlier this year has been for the applicant, but you have had earlier involvement in relation to the Blarghour wind farm application back in July 2018.
Yes, but in a different capacity. Yep.
Fine. At 1.7 of your inquiry report, you say that alongside delivery of peak landslide risk assessments, you've delivered a number of peak management plans for wind farms in Scotland, etc. Can you give just an idea, just again for background, how many peak management plans you've prepared for wind farms in Scotland?
I'm in the process of preparing, or have prepared in the last 2 years, bearing in mind I prepared more before, 4 or 5.
Okay, and you refer also to preparation of comprehensive peak restoration proposals. Can you give an indication of how many of those that you've prepared?
A major scheme in association with a wind farm in Wales, a scheme in East Dunbartonshire, and some of the peak management plans have restoration proposals built within them, which go beyond typical peak management plan contents, so would be considered restoration, not just peak management plans.
Okay, thank you. And again, at 1.8, you say following the issue of the land management plan, you attended site on 16th and 17th June 2020. Was that your first visit to the site?
It was.
Okay. And you say also there that you attended the turbine locations and undertook peak depth probing in various locations. Are you able just to give an indication of how many depth probing locations you did sample?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure I can recall a figure. I took probing as I walked up and down the site. I took probing the turbines along track alignments, and as you walk, you probe and compare the probes with the ground conditions. So I couldn't give you a specific number.
Can you give me a rough indication?
It would be in the region of 100 probes, I would have thought. The transects themselves are built from very detailed probing in local locations, and then there's more dispersed probing I undertook as I walked around, but I struggle to recall a specific number. Okay.
And was there any specific methodology that you adopted in relation to where you probed, or was it just a case of probing as you went along?
I need to probe to ensure that where you probe, you're probing something representative. For example, if you stumble across a piece of bare ground and it's out of keeping with the surrounding area, you wouldn't probe there.
Okay, that's helpful. Just helps my understanding of what you did. So can we have a look at paragraph 2.2 in your inquiry report? And here you're setting out provisions in SPP, which is core document CD 4.1 for people's reference, and you're referencing provisions in relation to identification of areas that are likely to be most appropriate for onshore wind farms. I think all of this should be straightforward, but I just want to check that we understand our starting point before we go on. So I see you setting out in that's table 1 of SPP defines 3 groups, and group 1 is areas where wind farms will not be acceptable, group 2 are areas of significant protection, and group 3 are areas with potential for wind farm development. And then you quote further from SPP where you state that in group 2 area, group 2 areas, wind farms may be appropriate in some circumstances, and that further consideration will be required to demonstrate that any significant effects on the quality of those areas can be substantially overcome by siting, design, or other mitigation. And then in the last sentence of 2.2, we see that you are confirming that Blarghour is a group 2 area of significant protection. In light of all of this, Dr. Mills, do you agree that in order to decide this application, the reporter should have as her starting point that Blarghour is an area of significant protection and that she requires to look at whether the applicant demonstrates that any significant effects on the qualities of the Group 2 area can be substantially overcome by siting, design, or other mitigation?
Yes, except that that there is a requirement to demonstrate that significant effects must be overcome based on the initial view afforded by the map.
Okay. Could we look now then at Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, which is core document 14.8? And within that document, if we look at paragraph 2.5, and we see that Dr. Cooper is saying there that the accumulation of soil carbon as peat under peatland habitats is a natural soil forming process and an irreplaceable natural asset, accounting for over half of Scotland's soil carbon stores in natural terrestrial ecosystem. And he cross-references there core document 7.7.1. Is that something that you can agree with Dr. Cooper on?
I can certainly agree that it's a natural soil forming process, and that it's irreplaceable in the sense that it forms over geological timescales. And I'll defer to the abstract on the proportion of Scotland's carbon stores in natural ecosystems.
Okay, thank you. Just moving on then to broadly look at paragraphs 2.3 to 2.18 in your inquiry report. Throughout that section, and I'm not going to take you to all of the individual parts of it, we're all taking it that we have seen and read what you've said there, but you quote various references within the core documents within those paragraphs, and there are a couple of things I just would like to be clear on before we move on. So can you confirm for me whether you accept that the reason that the CPP map was prepared by SMH in 2014 in discussion with the James Hutton Institute was in response to the then new SPP requirement to identify carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat as a nationally important mapped environmental interest?
So you did, I'm afraid you're breaking up a little bit at the moment. I apologise, it was a long question. Could you possibly repeat it, please? No,
it was just to check that you agree that the reason that the CPP map was prepared was in response to the then new SPP requirement for mapping, for identification of carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat.
Yes, you'd need a map to refer to be able to apply the table. Yep.
And you note that the draft analysis in the map was subject to public consultation and review. Dr. Cooper states, if you still have his inquiry report to hand, he states...
I'm sorry,
are you struggling to hear me?
You've frozen through most of the first half of your question. Yeah, it seems to be just your screen. I do apologise.
No, don't
If you could repeat from the beginning again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Do you still have Dr. Cooper's inquiry report to hand?
I do.
Okay, I think if we can keep your report and Dr. Cooper's report available, that'll make it easier to refer backwards and forwards between them, because we'll be doing a bit of cross-referencing. So if you have 3.3 of Dr. Cooper's report in front of you, paragraph 3.3, he says here that the CCP map is designed to be used as a strategic tool for spatial planning, not as a development management tool. Am I correct in thinking that you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah. And do you also agree that the map has been created to provide a consistent approach across Scotland?
Yes.
And do you accept that the reporter is entitled to make reference to SPP and notes the classification given to the site in terms of SPP as recorded in the CCP map?
Yes.
Okay. Keeping Dr. Cooper's inquiry report at paragraph 3.3 in front of us, you'll see that he says that carbon and peatland maps should be used to identify areas of potential national importance in the context of SPP, and site-specific surveys are required to determine the precise location and extent of such areas, just as SNH uses site-specific information to determine whether issues of national interest are raised, as in this case. Do you agree with that premise in relation to site-specific surveys being required?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that from this statement made by Dr. Cooper at 3.3 that would indicate that his approach is that the map can be taken as a starting point to identify areas of potential national importance in the context of SPP? However, it doesn't provide the end answer as to whether a particular location is in fact suitable for development of a wind farm.
Yes.
Yeah, so for that, he says that you need to use site-specific surveys, just as you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all in agreement on that, and that's helpful. Looking at paragraph 2.18 of your inquiry report, Dr. Mills, you have that?
I do, just about. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
You say here, it is clear that the presence of Class 2 CPP within the site is not an appropriate basis for objection to the proposed development, since this was not SNH's intention of the use of the 2016 CPP map. Can you explain to me why you say that the presence of Class 2 CPP within the site is not an appropriate basis for objection?
The presence of Class 2 CPP on the CPP map is not an appropriate basis for objection. That's my point. The presence of it on the national scale map, which is the starting point, is not the basis for an objection. It's an indication that additional site-specific survey and assessment is required.
Okay, so you're not saying that the presence of Class 2 CPP within the site isn't an appropriate basis for objection. It's your difficulty is just looking at the map.
A very large polygon mapped at national scales is not a site-specific assessment, and therefore is not a basis for objection.
Okay, that's helpful. Can we move on then to look at national interest? And I'm looking at your sections in your inquiry report 2.19 to 2.28 here. And again, I'm not going to ask you to read any of that out. I think we'll all take it that we've read all of that. If you still have Dr. Cooper's inquiry report to hand as well, could you have a look at what he says at paragraph 4.3 of that inquiry report?
Yes.
And he's saying there, not all classes of carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat are nationally important, and not all impacts on areas that are nationally important are deemed to raise issues of national interest. So firstly, do you agree with Dr. Cooper's statement there?
I do apologise. Yet again, I lost all three screens buffered. If you wouldn't mind, please repeating the question.
Yeah, did you hear me referencing paragraph 4.3 there?
Yes.
Yeah, and I was asking you whether you agree with Dr. Cooper's statements there.
Yes.
Okay, and just looking back a couple of paragraphs, Dr. Cooper at 4.1 in his inquiry report says SNH first considers whether there are significant impacts on features which are nationally important, and so then considers whether they raise issues of national interest. Have you had an opportunity to look at core document 7.87, which was on the list that was provided yesterday of documents that we would be looking at with you? That's
I'm going to have to apologise again. I lost you for most of that question again. All three screens and the reporter's video disappeared. So I don't know whether I should dial out and back in, or if you wouldn't mind just repeating the question. And I know this is very stilted, so I'm sorry about that. But the screens keep locking. I lose the audio. So if you could please repeat. I got the end, but not the beginning.
Okay, I'm happy to continue. If we continue to have these difficulties, it may be sensible to try you logging out and back in again, but we'll try keep going at the moment, but do let me know if you're continuing to have difficulty.
Yeah. I'll put my hand up if it stops.
Okay, thank you. So I was asking whether you'd had an opportunity to look at core document 7.87, which was on the list of documents provided yesterday that we would be looking at. This is the SNH instruction note.
Yes, this was only recently provided after I drafted my inquiry report and precognition, but I have briefly seen the document, yes.
That's helpful. I was simply going to ask you to have a look at paragraph 26 within that document.
Yes.
And we noticed there that the document says our focus, so this is Nature Scots' focus, is on peatland habitat. We will not raise national interest matters solely on carbon implications of new developments or the deep impacts on the impacts on deep peat. So I think what this is telling us is that whilst your focus is on carbon-rich soils and deep peat, Dr. Mills, like your colleague Dr. Massey, when identifying the impacts of a proposed development as to whether they may be of national interest, Nature Scots' focus is in fact on peatland habitat. Is that correct? Is that your understanding of what that's saying there?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, that's helpful. Could we turn back to your inquiry report at paragraph 2.28, and if you could also have Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, and that would be at paragraph 4.4. So your inquiry report 2.28. And Dr. Cooper's inquiry report at 4.4.
Okay.
You have those?
I do.
Okay. Looking at Dr. Cooper's inquiry report at 4.4, he says that where a site is identified as supporting areas of class 1 and/or class 2 carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat, irrespective of how those are identified. And if we just pause there, you've already confirmed, I think, that you agree that the Blarghour site is class 2 carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat. That's right, isn't it?
It's class 2 on the map, yes.
Okay, and where the application, so he continues, and where the application indicates significant proportion of these areas are likely to be affected by the proposed development, this will normally, though not always, prompt a site visit from Nature Scots peatland specialist advisor, and that's to assess the quality of the site and the likely level of impact and potential for mitigation. So can you see from what he's saying here that even at this first stage of deciding whether to object to planning application, Nature Scot are not simply considering whether a site is class 1 or class 2, they're also considering whether the application indicates that a significant proportion of the area is likely to be affected by the proposed development.
I can see that the proportion of the site that may be affected is a concern to SNH, which obviously would make sense. Yes,
that's fine. Can you have in front of you Dr. Cooper's inquiry report at paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6?
yes.
Yeah. Could I ask you just to have a read through those two paragraphs? I don't need you to read them out loud, but if you could just let me know once you've finished having a read through them, please.
Okay. So I've read paragraphs 4.5 and 4.6 was
Yeah.
Okay, I've read those.
Has the reporter had a chance to read those? Yeah. Okay. Do you agree, Dr. Mills, that this narrates a series of steps that Nature Scot builds into its decision-making process as to whether to object to a planning application?
Yes, there are a sequence of steps in those paragraphs, yes.
Okay. Could we have a look at core document 3.2, which is the Nature Scot, or SNH it was at the time, response to the consultation? That's their letter of the 11th of September 2018. You have that in front of you?
Yeah. Yes.
Just check that the reporter has that too. Yeah, the reporter has that, that's good. So we're looking at section 2.1 on Blanket Bog. And could I again just ask you to read through that? I'm not looking for you to read it out loud, but just let me know once you've had a chance to read through that.
Yep, read that.
Okay. So having read through that, can you agree that within this consultation response, Nature Scot are confirming that they have carried out site visits and survey work, so they refer to having undertaken site visits and survey work, and confirm that the site is dominated by blanket bog underpinned by deep peat?
I can confirm that they've undertaken site visits and survey work. I haven't seen anywhere written the conclusions on the extent to which it's blanket bog underpinned by deep peat. That information is in the ES in various forms.
Yeah. And you see in the paragraph that you've just read that Nature Scot are saying that all the turbine locations visited satisfy the criteria for national important carbon soil prior to peatland, and the same applies to areas of blanket bog walked over in getting from one turbine location to the next. Now, I think you've stated in your inquiry report at paragraph 2.24 that Nature Scott's judgments are made at an infrastructure locations and not site level. Can you explain to me what you mean by that? This is at paragraph 2.24 in your inquiry report. Judgments are made at an infrastructure locations and not at a site level.
Yes, I was simply relaying the statements in CD 3.2 that the turbine locations and some of the routes between the turbine locations, which would typically be the tracks, hence infrastructure, had been visited. And I note the very limited overview of the remainder of the site obtained during the site visits in the fourth bullet in CD 3.2, which is where I drew my conclusion, my inquiry report.
Okay. Looking, if we can, at core document 8.3 now. This is the Nature Scott National Interest Panel checklist for Blarghour from August 2018. You have that?
I do.
Just check that the reporter has that too. If we look at page 6 of that document, in the section with reference to Annex A of the guidance, what specific resources are adversely affected? We see that within this document, the starting point is that the Carbon and Peatland Map 2016 identified that the majority of this proposal is located within areas of Class 2, nationally important carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat, and then it references SPP. If we can look at the next paragraph after that one, beginning although identified, could you just have a quick look at that and let me know once you've read that?
I've read that.
Yeah. Is your interpretation of this paragraph that Nature Scott just looked at the Peatland Map 2016 to decide whether to make its objection?
No.
Okay. So you accept that Nature Scott have considered other information, and that would include the environmental statement provided by the applicant?
I would hope so, yes.
Yeah. And you can see that having considered the information in the environmental statement, Nature Scott's conclusion is that it would indicate that the evidence supports this being Class 2 or perhaps even Class 1 peatland, and that was confirmed by the site visits on the 31st of August, 1st of September 2018. So do you agree that whether or not you agree with the conclusions Nature Scott have come to, that Nature Scott have done more than just look at the map to decide whether to object or not?
Yes.
Yeah. Just sticking with this document before us, we can see reference to the Phase 1 habitat and MVC surveys provided in the ES showing that 13 proposed turbines are situated on blanket bog habitat, and that the peak depth at those turbines cited on blanket bog ranges up to 1.8 metres. Do you think that Nature Scott were right or wrong to take account of technical data provided by the applicant as part of their consideration of whether a significant proportion of this Class 2 query, possibly Class 1 area, is likely to be affected by the proposed development?
I would agree they would take account of technical data in the ES, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. If we can, within core document 8.3, if we could look at page 7 and the third paragraph of that. Do you have that
I do.
Okay, and this is saying during the site visit on 1st of August 2018, peat depths were found to vary over distances of a few metres, finding areas of consistently shallow peat, less than 50 centimetres, with normal micrositing tolerances. 50 metres of the current layout will be challenging at best. So NatureScot here is clearly concerned about the fact that the mitigation for most locations with a medium or high indicative risk level is microsite to avoid thick peat. Noting no evidence is provided to confirm that micrositing is a realistic option at these locations. Can you comment upon that again? Do you think NatureScot is just relying on a map, or is this disclosing that there are other things that are being taken into account?
From this paragraph, I would assume that they have read elements of the ES in order to make a statement of that type, yes, as the class 2 polygon wouldn't provide any information at that level.
Okay, that's helpful. And again, within core document 8.3, which we have in front of us, if you could maybe have a look at the under the heading blanket bog at page 7, just if you could familiarise yourself again with 2nd to 5th paragraphs under that heading, starting where the applicant's proposals cause concern. Just let me know once you're ready. Just check that when the reporter's ready. Okay. So again, having read all of that, if we look back at the statement you made at paragraph 2.18 in your inquiry report, Dr. Mills, that's where you're saying it is clear that the presence of class 2 CPP within the site is not an appropriate basis for objection to proposed development.
Yes.
Are you clear, having looked at the information you've just looked at, that in addition to conducting its own survey of the site, NatureScot has looked in detail at the information provided by the applicant as part of the process that it followed when considering whether to object?
Well, it's not clear to me from CD 8.3 how the ES assessment in habitat terms, noting I am not a habitat specialist, translate into the class 1 and class 2 categories on the map that's used in the NIP document.
I'm not sure that's quite what I was asking you.
If you could repeat the question again, then please.
Yes, is it clear to you that, having considered all the information that we've just been looking at over the last 5 or 10 minutes, is it clear to you that in addition to conducting its own survey of the site, NatureScot has looked in detail at the information provided by the applicant as part of the process that it followed when considering whether to object? In other words, perhaps, can I put it this way, can you agree that NatureScot have not simply relied upon this 2016 CPP map and the presence of class 2 CPP on that map as the basis for their objection?
Yes, I can see that from the 3rd paragraph on that page of CD 8.3, as it has specific reference to the ES.
That's helpful, thank you. Could we look now, Dr. Mills, at your recognition at paragraph 15.3? And if we could also have core document 2.2 available to us.
So, Ms. Jack, are you talking about the precognition?
Oh, yes, I am, sorry. Precognition 15.3. Thank you, Mr. Jack.
So you mentioned paragraph numbers, I think, or maybe you haven't yet. My apologies.
No, I haven't got as far as that yet. Recognition 15.3, we'll be looking at page 6 of that document, the final paragraph.
I have that document.
Okay, and at page 6, the final paragraph, you say, it is therefore unclear why SNH have objected to Blarghour, particularly given the lack of feedback provided in their consultation responses, and you reference the consultation responses, core documents 2.2 and 3.2. And so could we look at core document 2.2, which is Nature Scott's consultation response from the 11th of September 2018. And if we could go to page 4 of that document. And we're looking under the heading conclusion. And you see there that it says, if we can be of further assistance, so if you wish to discuss further any aspect of this response, please contact, and then it gives contact details for the relevant operations officer. You see that, Dr. Mills?
I do.
If the applicants were concerned about lack of feedback, do you know, did they call or email the operations officer to ask for more feedback?
I don't know.
Okay. Can we have a look at core document 3.2 then?
I have that.
Okay, and this is the Nature Scott further consultation response from the 18th of April 2019. And at the end of that letter, do we see the same case officer concluding his response with the words, please do not hesitate to get in touch if I can be of further assistance? Again, do you know whether the applicant sought further assistance further to that invitation?
I can't see, please do not hesitate. Is this document 3.2, sorry?
3.2.
Page 5.
Sorry, I'm just going to get the document. So at the end of page 1.
End of page 1. Ah, yep, page 1.
Yeah. So again, do you know whether further assistance was sought further to this invitation?
I don't.
So again, just referencing back to your comment in your recognition that we looked at, you comment on the lack of feedback provided in the consultation responses, but you don't know whether further feedback was sought from Nature Scott, the applicants, further to the invitations in both of the consultation responses.
I don't know. My assumption was the consultation responses provide an opportunity to provide detailed feedback to application documents.
Just to comment, Ms. Jack, I know you prepared on the basis that Dr. Mills would give evidence first, but of course you know that his involvement didn't start until 2020. Dr. Massey's involvement started a long way before that. She would have been able to answer these questions because she was involved then. So I'm not sure it's fair to expect Dr. Mills, whose involvement started in early 2020, to provide answers to these questions.
Well, that's fine. As you say, I had prepared on the basis that Dr. Mills would be before Dr. Massey, but in any event, I don't intend to take anything further from those letters, so I'm happy to move on. Dr. Mills, could we look back at your inquiry report, please? And at this time, paragraph 2.33. You have that. That's so at paragraph 2.33, you say it is clear that SNH to wind farms in relation to peat. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can I just clarify with you whether you mean peat specifically, or is this shorthand for carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitats?
In the context of sites before issue of the map, peat, subsequent to that, both peat and habitats, I did look for reference to both blanket, bog and peat in my review that's provided in the inquiry report.
Thank you for clarifying that. So when you say that Nature Scott don't object to wind farm applications in relation to peat, to use a Scottish term, nilly, you know, does that not point to them only doing when they consider, having gone through the extensive process that we've already discussed, that the national interest is engaged?
So if you could either repeat or rephrase the question, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Of course. So you're saying SNH Nature Scott now rarely object to wind farms in relation to peat. And I'm asking you if that does that not point to them only doing so, consider, having gone through the extensive process that we've already discussed, they only do so when they consider that the national interest is engaged?
I couldn't comment on SNH's reasoning. Purpose behind this section of my report was simply to compare Blarghour with other alike sites in terms of peat volumes, which is the subject of my inquiry report, and which is covered in the bullets in 2.33. And the point from my inquiry report is that Blarghour does not stand out in comparison to other sites. So I'm not clear on SNH's reasonings for objection for other sites, other than that peat didn't appear to be the basis for it in a lot of the sites on the table.
Okay. Of course, we've already looked at the fact that Nature Scott, when they're considering whether to object, will consider detail the underlying environmental statements, etc., that relate to each individual site, and so your analysis, whilst very interesting, perhaps doesn't actually tell us anything in relation to Nature Scott's considerations at Blarghour. Would that be fair?
My analysis relates to peat in terms of excavation volumes and the class 1 and class 2 categorisation only, and that's as far as my analysis takes me. I did not consider habitat specifically in that analysis, and there is no column in the table, and I defer to Dr. Massey on habitat issues.
That's helpful. Can we look then at paragraph 2.36 in your inquiry report? This is your summary section, and at your summary point 3, you accept that CPP are present within the Blarghour site, and this is a nationally important resource. And then you state at summary point 4 that Blarghour is not exceptional locally or regionally. Can you please confirm that your understanding of Class 2 CPP is that it is a nationally important resource?
The Class 2 polygons on the map to which Table 1 and SPP refers are deemed to be nationally important. The second half of my point 3 to which you refer states, if confirmed to be present by site-specific survey, have the potential. I'll leave it at that point because that makes sense in that context. So if confirmed to be present by site-specific survey, so site-specific survey is required to further interrogate whether the site conditions correspond to what might be expected for Class 2.
And sorry, are you finished?
Yeah, I'll stop at that point if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. So can I confirm with you whether you agree that there is Class 2 present at Blarghour?
There is Class 2 on the carbon and peatland map, but my understanding is that Class 2 is not a suitable site-based approach for describing habitats for developments, and that ECIA guidance requires Phase 1 and MVC mapping to establish the habitats at a site. Class 2 is has a different purpose at a different scale.
So are you suggesting from the answer there that classification as Class 2 is not relevant? It's not a relevant factor for us to consider in this inquiry?
My understanding, as we discussed earlier, is that Class 2 points to the need to assess specifically site conditions through EIA, and that the assessment of significant effects in the EIA using ECIA compatible techniques is the basis for assessing effects, not the presence of the Class 2 polygon. And it's not the purpose of, again, I'm not a habitat specialist, it's not the purpose of the habitat work, which I haven't undertaken, to summarise the site as a Class 1 or a Class 2 site. It's the purpose of that to look at ECIA compatible habitat measures.
So do I take from that you're not being a habitat specialist, you're not in a position to say whether the findings undertaken in the detailed survey work, etc., point to this being correctly classified as Class 2?
I can only talk to the peat as a soil. So by that, I mean the thickness of peat, the volume of peat on the site, and the proxy that is for carbon in terms of the Class 2 category. My inquiry report separates Class 2 into issues of carbon-rich soils, deep peat, and priority peatland habitats, the latter being referred to by Dr. Massey.
Fine. So in your summary item 5, still your inquiry report at 2.36, you say Blarghour is unexceptional in scale, is rather very much average in terms of overlap with peat, and a lower important CPP class than roughly half of those other sites. And I see again you're referring to peat here rather than the broader definition. Is that because you're leaving it to Dr. Massey to address peatland habitats issues within her report?
Yes, that's very clearly stated in my inquiry report.
Fine. In only addressing peat and not peatland habitats, Dr. Mills, does that have an effect on your overall approach, which it could be suggested has been to downgrade the importance of Class 2 CPP and downplay the fact that it's nationally important in terms of Scottish planning policy? What's your position on that?
The purpose of my report is to deal with the elements of the three aspects that make up CPP, and I'm to deal with the aspects for which I'm competent to comment, which is deep peat. You appreciate that earth scientists and geologists have different expertise to habitat specialists and ecologists, and that the collective term carbon-rich soils, deep peat, and priority peat and habitats crosses disciplines and areas of expertise. and therefore it would probably be unreasonable to expect any individual to deal with all of those aspects in detail, as they're typically handled by different disciplines within EIA.
That's helpful. Could we have a look at paragraph 3.5 in your inquiry report? Just check that the reporter has that. He does. You say within 3.5, peatland habitats are defined by the vegetative composition of the acrotelm, whilst the carbon store is primarily within the catatelm. Do you see that?
In 3.5, did you say?
Yeah.
Sorry, could you repeat? Oh, yep, I've got you. Yeah, last sentence.
Last sentence at the foot of what's page 13 on the, as it's printed at the bottom of the document.
Yeah, I've got that.
Just to clarify, when you say peatland habitats are defined, do you mean defined or described?
Suggest you could use either term. It's the habitats that are mapped by the ecologist in phase 1 and MVC to describe whether it is or is not a peatland habitat, and that the proportion of the depth of a peat deposit, which can be several meters or from half a meter upwards, it's the top part of that overall peat deposit that the ecologist focuses on when mapping habitats. So.
And is vegetative composition of the acrotelm, is the vegetative composition the only thing that defines or describes peatland habitats?
I'm not a habitat specialist, but my understanding is it's the different species in their mosaics or individually that are used to describe habitat.
Does hydrology play a factor in that?
It would probably play a factor in the condition of that habitat and how it functions, but there is a complex interplay between ecology, hydrology, and geomorphology, each of which can be regarded as specialisms, a niche within a niche, if you like.
Yeah. Okay. Could we have a look at 3.9 in your inquiry report, paragraph 3.9? Okay. And you're referencing there a flow chart, which you've provided as an annex in your report, which we'll find at CD 14.6. Don't think we necessarily need to go there, but I was just interested to know where this flow chart had come from. Is this something that you had prepared?
It is something that I've prepared, yes.
Okay. Just moving on then, paragraph 3.16, your inquiry report. Yeah. You say here the condition.
I was thinking about something else, my apologies. What paragraph number?
3.16.
Thank you.
And it's just the first sentence of that where you say the condition of the peat on site can be considered from two perspectives.
Yes.
Again, I just want to be clear, is this you just simply looking at peat again and not with the evaluation of peatlands?
Perhaps as a simplification, I looked at the condition of the peat from the point of view of the soil and the peatland's geomorphology, which is separate to the consideration of peatland habitat and ecology.
Okay. Moving on then to paragraph 3.26 in your inquiry report. And again, just at the beginning of that paragraph, you say that the PMP uses the peat depth model and information on the proposed development to determine how much peat soil will be excavated in order to enable construction to take place and what will happen to the excavated material. Would you accept that if there's any discrepancy within the peat depth model, that would lead to under or overestimation of the volume of peat soil that would be impacted by any proposed development?
I would agree that the peat model is a key element of the peat management plan calculations. Yes.
Okay. Do you have a do you have anything built into the data that you provided that provides for any margin of error?
As you'll be aware from my involvement from early this year, I didn't write the peat management plan, but it's typical that there's a degree to which the peat management plan is a preliminary estimate of the likelihood, as it states in the peat management plan, of there being an ability to balance the amount of peat that is excavated with the amount of peat that can be reused. And it's always the case that detailed further probing and site investigation, which is costly and time consuming, is conducted post-consent, pre-construction, to deal with those discrepancies, which would by and large cancel one another out as you move from one end of a site to another.
And you've referred at paragraph 3.6 of the inquiry report to the complex nature of the peat morphology on site. Would you say that creates any greater risk of errors?
So could you, which paragraph was that again, sorry, please?
That was paragraph 3.6. You're referencing the complex nature of the peat morphology on site. And I'm wondering whether that complex nature of the peat morphology would in any way increase the risk of error.
Not in itself, no.
Okay. Looking at paragraph 3.28 in your inquiry report. Based on the review that you've already carried out earlier in your inquiry report, which you've documented at paragraphs 2.29 to 2.35 of other wind farm developments, and you're clear that in your view that SNH do not generally comment on the findings of peatland management plans, and that this is in line. They focus on biodiversity rather than carbon. They focus on habitats rather than the depth of peat. Would you accept that Nature Scott may comment if, for example, a shortage of excavated peat limits the potential for habitat restoration, or if an excess of excavated peat results in peat and thus resulting in loss of peatland habitat? Is that the sort of thing that you might see comment from Nature Scott on?
One might expect to see that. I can't say that I have.
Okay. Could you look at your inquiry report at paragraph 3.36? perhaps best if you could just have a read through that paragraph and let me know once you're ready.
Yes.
Could you have a look now at core document 7.85? So in your inquiry statement, you have said submissions as part of are subject to audit by SEPA. Whereas if we look at CD 7.87, page 2, in the second paragraph.
Sorry, I thought you
That's
said
785. Do you mean 787?
Sorry,
Which
Mr.
one?
Chairman?
You said 785 to begin with. Which document do you want us to look at?
Sorry, that's my transposition. Again, it's CD 7.58.
7.58.
Yes, apologies.
Thank you.
And we're looking at page 2 of that document. Yeah, and it's the second paragraph under the heading Deployment and Protocols for Use. And it says there, all applications submitted and received using Carbon Calculator may be subject to audit by SEPA.
Yes.
So having looked at that, would you accept, Dr. Mills, that your inquiry is incorrect when it asserts that submissions as part of the EIA are subject to audit by SEPA, and that should properly be reflected as submissions as part of the EIA may be subject to audit by SEPA?
Yes.
Okay. And then returning back to your inquiry report then at paragraph 3.38.
Yep.
You say in their consultation response to the EIA, SEPA provided no comment on the CBA, and it is therefore inferred that the consulting stakeholder for this aspect of the EIA, the carbon balance assessment, was considered to be satisfactory and a reliable estimate of carbon properties of peatland at Blarghour. Can you point me to the evidence provided to this inquiry that confirms that SEPA did undertake an audit in this instance?
No, I can't.
And so could we look perhaps at CD 11.4? And if we look,
May I just cut in here for a moment, Ms. Jack? I apologise. But I mean, this is SEPA. As far as I'm aware, Nature Scott makes no case at all against the development on the basis of the issue of the carbon calculator and the carbon balance. I've seen no evidence at all. So please tell us where this is coming from in terms of your case.
Yes, Jack, if you could just address that. I was wondering about that, the connection there. Perhaps you could just explain how that relates, given that, as far as I was aware, Nature Scott hasn't raised any particular issue about the carbon calculator.
Well, it's more just to cover off the accuracy of what's set out in the inquiry report. Was that an assumption has been raised that SEPA have conducted an assessment and have confirmed that they had no difficulty with it, and it was really just to, for completeness, take Dr. Mills to the actual response from SEPA, which confirms their position in relation to carbon balance assessments. I don't have a particular necessity to labour this point, but it really was just to clarify a point of accuracy within Dr. Mills' inquiry report.
Coming, ma'am. I mean, perhaps Ms. Jack could tell us if this in any way relates to any part of the SNH case, sorry, Nature Scott case, because I don't see that it does. In which case, I'm not sure we should really be going there.
Well, I think that the point that I was going to get to in relation to this is that there are various assumptions that are being made, both in relation to Nature Scott's approach to how they've used the carbon map, and in this instance, the approach that SEPA have taken that isn't entirely accurate. And it was really just to draw together an indication that perhaps some of the assumptions that have been arrived at by Dr. Mills in his report are not entirely well founded.
Yeah. But perhaps I could shortcut that slightly by asking the question myself, because it does have pertinence to the conditions session and to the policy session where the carbon calculation is an issue. So given that the witness has referred to the carbon balance assessment in his evidence, it might shortcut things if I was to ask the question as to whether you could clarify whether SEPA did carry out that calculation and what its response was, and direct me to the information in that respect.
I can't clarify whether SEPA undertook an assessment, and I have stated in my inquiry report that the absence of a comment, I have stated specifically, SEPA provided no comment on the CBA. This is in paragraph 3.3.8, and it is therefore inferred, so I state clearly it is an inference, that as the consulting stakeholder for this aspect of the EIA, the carbon balance was considered to be satisfactory. My understanding is that if the outcome of the carbon balance assessment is unusually low or unusually high, that might raise a flag that would require an audit, but I don't know the SEPA criteria for deciding when that audit is necessary. It's a part of the EIA, and my primary intent of including any discussion of the carbon calculator was simply to talk about carbon in relation to peat as a volume of material. And as I've stated previously, peat as a volume of material can be considered as a proxy for carbon. And that's the focus of my evidence.
Okay, so just to clarify, you have assumed that no response means no concern, and we have clarification, there's no overall SEPA, but you haven't, as far as you are aware, you have no evidence that they actually carried out that audit process here.
Yes.
Okay, are we content to, we can leave it there? I think that gives me the answers that I require. Thank you. Ms. Jack, if you want to carry on from there, please.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, ma'am, I'm conscious that it's now 11:15 and we've been going since 9:30 this morning. I'm conscious that we spoke yesterday about ensuring that we build in appropriate breaks for witnesses. I wondered whether the witness would want to have a break or whether the witness is happy to continue at the moment.
I think we could probably have a break in any event. I'm sure the witness would benefit from a bit of breathing space. So I think we shall break just now and reconvene at 11, if that suits everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
good, thanks.
Okay, that's 11 o'clock. If I could ask parties to rejoin the room, please. Thank you. And Mr. Trinick. Thank you. Let's recommence. We're in the midst of Miss Jack's cross-examination of the witness, so if we could recommence. Any thoughts as to how much longer you might be with this, Miss Jack?
Not terribly much longer, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to start off again, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Mills, could we return to your inquiry report, this time at paragraph 3.47? In the third line down in that paragraph, you say it is clear from the PCA that a substantial proportion of a site is modified by grazing under drainage, and that many of the areas of deepest peat are eroded, oblique eroding, rather than actively peat forming. Therefore, areas of medium or high sensitivity are in extent, and the majority of the site is low sensitivity. You will have seen from Dr. Cooper's inquiry report and recognition that he disagrees with this one. I wondered from something that you said in your evidence in chief yesterday, is your approach that you consider class 2 carbon rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat to be a degraded form of class 1?
Yes.
Can I also check with you, does Scottish planning policy include a minimum area threshold for defining carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat as nationally important?
Scottish planning policy.
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Can we move on just to a couple of paragraphs later in your inquiry report at 3.49? And this is your summary. And at point 3 in your summary, you say CPAR, the planning consulting authority for peat management plans. And then at 5, you say SNHR, the consulting authority for ecology, biodiversity, oblique habitat. Are we to infer from what you say there that you think that Nature Scott should have an interest in or be commenting on matters in relation to peat?
No. Insofar as peat is the substrate for habitat, I would expect SNH to be interested in peat, not merely the habitat that sits on top of it.
Okay, that's helpful. Can we have a quick look at core document 6.6, please?
6.6.
Yes, please. And if we look at page electronic, are you on the electronic pages, Dr. Mills? Electronic page 184, which would be page 182 on the printed document. And at the foot of the at the foot of the left-hand column, we see paragraphs starting since 2013. Can you maybe just have a read through? I don't need you to read it out. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
From looking at that, Dr. Mills, would you agree that this report makes it clear that while Nature Scott is the consulting authority for ecology, biodiversity and habitat, Scottish Government considers that Nature Scott has quite a wide role in relation to reducing CO2 emissions from peatland?
In the sense of managing habitat, I would assume yes. It's not a very clear paragraph in relation to otherwise, but
okay, we get away from that document. It was just as an observation. Returning to your inquiry report, at paragraph 4.1 to 4.5. And if we could perhaps also have core document 7.3 available to us. That's the guidance on developments on peatland published by Scottish Government. Within core document 7.3, if we look at page 16, core document 7.3, page 16.
Sorry, are we on 7.3 or 7.5? I got a little confused there.
We're on 7.3. 7.3 guidance and developments on peatland.
Thank you.
If we look at page 16 of that, we have table 3 there.
So is this electronic page 16?
Electronic page 16.
Starts the calculation of.
That's right.
Thanks. Okay.
And at the heading of the second column in that table, do we see it says area of deep peat over 20 inches and 0.5 metres?
Yes.
I think it would be fair to say, Dr. Mills, that you appear quite critical in your inquiry report about the definition of deep peat. Do you accept that the definition that we refer in terms of what's meant by deep peat is soil with a surface peat layer of greater than 50 centimetres, which would be consistent with the definition used by public bodies in Scotland?
No, I think the definition varies by public body in Scotland and varies by a range of reports, some of which are produced by Scottish Natural Heritage.
If you look at paragraph 4.7 in your inquiry report, and at the third line. So I think Mr. Trinick maybe doesn't have his mute button on. I'm getting it.
My apologies. I am with you. Don't worry.
Okay, I was
paragraph 5.7 you're referring to.
paragraph 4.7.
4.7.
If you could put your mute on, Mr. Trent, I think we're getting all your paper noise. Thank you.
So at 0.7 in your inquiry report, Dr. Mills, the third line down, you say that based on the James Hutton Institute peat depth database, which is reproduced in there's a notably smaller area of peat in excess of 1 metre depth across Scotland than between 0.5 and 1 metre. Although not shown on figure 13, the area of peat deeper than 1.5 metres are likely to be smaller still and proportionally more valuable. Does this indicate that you consider the James Hutton Institute peat depth database to be more accurate to assess the depth of peat at Blarghour than the CPP map? I'm guessing it will.
No, it's a national scale map.
Is your view that the James Hutton Institute peat depth database is a current or a historical database?
It would be a database that would have been current at the time of publication based on the historical data supplied to produce it. So it depends on your timescale for historical, but it's certainly not current.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. Could we look at 4.19 in your inquiry report? And this references a chart shown at figure 15 in the annex to your inquiry report. And you set out the percentage excavation of peat volume in each class of the Blarghour site, is that right?
Yes.
And you've summarised at 4.19 in your inquiry report that the chart illustrates that the majority of the peat site is between 0.5 metres and 2 metres in depth, is that correct?
Yes.
You'll have seen in Dr. Cooper's inquiry report that he contends that Blarghour is in fact at the better end of the scale of Class 2 peatland. What's your view in relation to that, given what you've said about the majority of peat on site being between 0.5 metres and 2 metres in depth?
My understanding is that Dr. Cooper's comment relates to habitat primarily, as he doesn't consider peat depth in his inquiry report in any detail.
We can clarify that with Dr. Cooper in his evidence. Looking onwards in your inquiry report at 4.24, you say, in relation to carbon-rich soils and deep peat, SEPA have confirmed their consultation responses and removal of objection that the assessments within the EIA report upon which we've been consulted are satisfactory. Can I ask you, is this narration of SEPA's position perhaps only telling us part of the story, given that Nature Scott has its own separate remit and also has this broader responsibility in relation to carbon-rich soils, deep peat and peatland habitat?
Sorry, if you could, if you wouldn't mind repeat the question.
Yeah, of course. I was wondering whether the narration that you've set out here at 4.24 perhaps only tells part of the story, given that Nature Scott has its own separate remit and broader responsibilities in relation to carbon-rich soils, deep peat and peatland habitat.
This section tells a part of the story that relates to SEPA's role as a consultee and the EIA annexes that it's reviewed, which is the peat management plan and possibly the carbon balance assessment. So that's what that section is about. And that is about the carbon-rich and deep peat elements of carbon-rich, deep peat and priority peatland habitats.
So you're not saying here that it's only statutory consultee is a relevant factor here. You're not discounting in what you're saying here the response from Nature Scott in relation to those broader matters.
I don't discuss habitat, which is SNH's stated remit, because that was Dr. Massey's evidence.
Fine. Can we look at paragraph 4.26 in your inquiry report? It's just the part there where you say that you state your section about the viewpoint underrepresents the value of the restoration measures and overrepresents the value and importance of the resource class 2 rather than class 1 soils. You've already acknowledged at paragraph 4.19 of your report that we've just looked at a moment ago that most of the peat in Blarghour is what has been defined as deep peat, i.e. over 0.5 centimetres, and in fact at Blarghour it's between 0.5 and 2 metres. And you acknowledge that you're not dealing with the ecological evidence, Dr. Massey. So again, I just want to be clear with you. Are you characterising class 2 carbon-rich soil, deep peat and peatland habitat as a degraded form of class 1?
The definition for class 2 is that it is it has the potential for restoration, and it has some peaty soils, by which we're talking about soils less than 0.5 metre in depth, as shown on the chart. So by that virtue, it can't be the highest class, because otherwise it couldn't be restored to a better quality, and it cannot be class 1 because it doesn't include peat soil in its entirety.
That's helpful. And you say also at 4.26 that it fails to consider the limited possibility to further restore over and above that which is offered in the land management plan. Are you saying that the fact that there are limited further possibilities for further restoration options would mean that a proposal which Nature Scott identifies as not proposing adequate restoration measures becomes inappropriate simply because there's nothing else that can be done?
In terms of the cost benefit, the proposals balance the land pressures on the site, which have been identified through the habitat work, again, on which I'm not an expert to be, arising from a combination of grazing and drainage. Therefore, the focus on grazing and drainage measures, which are referenced in CD 8.7, the recently submitted document, as key management techniques, are appropriate, particularly given the value of the site or level of importance of the site, which at best might correspond to class 2 in those general terms, but is assessed in the habitat measures and peat depth measures and covered in our 2 sets of evidence. So there, I'll leave that there if that's okay.
That's fine, that's fine. Can we move on to 4.29 in your inquiry report? And there you're talking about you're talking about further opportunities to extend restoration proposals at Blarghour, and you say that those are limited, and then you give some bullet points. And the first one there being drains are not sufficiently deep and or eroded and justify infilling with excavated peat or trafficking of the plant required to achieve restoration over areas distant from the proposed access tracks. And I wanted to ask you in relation to that, and perhaps in relation to the third bullet point you narrate there, where there are no notable cuttings that could be infilled with excavated peat within the site boundary. Does that suggest that the condition of the class 2 soils, peat and peatland habitats at Blarghour might be better than you've thus far suggested to me that they are?
No, drains act as drains, whether they are narrow or whether they are wide, because the drainage effect arises from the depth of cutting, which varies according to where the drain is. Bullet 3, you mentioned, is this the sites for gully reprofiling?
No notable cuttings that could be infilled.
It's simply a statement of
it's the second
bullet.
Yeah, sorry.
But I think SNH have stated that it's an unambitious set of proposals for land management, but they haven't indicated why it's an unambitious set when the proposals align with the suggested management techniques in the newly released 7.87 document. We haven't had the feedback through consultation responses to guide as to what would be expected over and above what's already proposed, which we feel to be proportionate.
Coming back to the discussion that we had a moment ago in relation to your view that class 2 is a degraded form of class 1, does that mean that you would consider that class 1 doesn't have any potential for restoration or improvement?
Class 1, as I think I've already discussed, is a regional or national scale polygon within which there is local variability, within which there may be local opportunities for restoration by virtue of the polygons of the class 1 and class 2 being large in extent and lacking detail, and sites are variable.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I don't think I've got anything further that I'm looking for clarification from you on, Dr. Mills, so I would leave my cross-examination there. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jack. Can we take a 5-minute break, please, just until I come back with my questions. It'll just give me a chance to go through my notes. Okay, so we'll be back at 11:30. Thank you. Okay, let's. I just had a few questions. I think we've covered quite a few of the points that I wanted to look at. One of the things that struck me just hearing the evidence of Ms. Massey and yourself is the relationship and the interplay between the peat resource and the habitat. And we did talk yesterday about there being a correlation between peat depth and habitat quality. And I think, just to make sure I took that point correctly, was that you said that there could also be high quality habitat on shallower areas of peat. Or it may have been that Miss Massey said that. Could you just clarify that point for me, please?
Yes. So my understanding is that, again, noting I'm not a habitat specialist, is that if the hydrological conditions, so the wetness of the peat, is right and other environmental factors are appropriate, high quality habitats may form on the shallowest peat being 0.5 metre. Below 0.5 metre is an organic soil and is not classed as a peat. Equally, very deep peat, if it's eroded and bare, so hagged areas and eroded areas, which can be extensive, can have no habitat whatsoever on it. So it's not a clear correlation because deep peat can lack vegetation in its entirety, and shallow peat can have high quality habitat, and those factors need to be considered on a site basis, and decisions about infrastructure need to be based on that level of understanding of a site.
Okay, and it appeared from the evidence that Ms. Jack clarified this morning was that there really doesn't seem to be a huge deal of difference between yourself and Dr. Cooper about the use of the peatland mapping and the classifications within that. Is that a fair point for me to take away from this?
I think in so much as the map is used as a starting point to determine when a site should be assessed in detail through EIA and what sorts of things to look for, we would agree that the map is the starting point for that. I think it's the other end coming out of the EIA where our differences probably are.
No, that's helpful. I just wanted to clarify that. Now, some of your evidence, it's also your focus. You've made it clear that your focus is on the peat resource itself rather than the habitat resource. And I just wanted to clarify the relationship between what SEPA's role is and what the role of Nature Scot is. Now, I took it from your evidence that SEPA are concerned with the minimisation of peatland disruption. I think that's what you said. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And SNH, their focus is on the biodiversity side of that, the habitat side of that. And is that why they're generally not involved in discussions on peatland management plans?
That's my understanding, and it's stated in, I think, Annex 3 of CD 7.87, where the responsibilities are listed in a table.
That's fine. Thank you for that. Now, you talk about it's not just about the presence of peat, but the impact on the peat resource. And you have looked at the impact of the infrastructure on the peat resource, and SEPA have obviously looked at that and not objected on that basis. Is there comfort to be taken from that in my assessment? I'm just trying to think about the correlation between SEPA not objecting and SNH having concerns, or can nothing be inferred from one to the other? Because I wasn't quite sure if you were implying from your evidence that SEPA are happy with the impact in terms of peatland disruption, so therefore there was some comfort that could be taken from that. Could you just clarify your position on that?
Yes, I'd agree that SEPA, there should be some comfort taken from SEPA accepting the peat management plan, because in the sense of the amount of peat that is excavated and then reinstated, and the degree to which infrastructure overlaps with that peat, and the extent to which the applicant has taken measures to minimise the degree of excavation, and in the sense that, in broad terms, that is the focus of the peat management plan and SEPA's review of it, which they have provided. There is comfort to be taken from that, yes.
Okay, so if they're content with the disruption to peatland, and Nature Scott are not content with the disruption to habitat, do you think that's a function of the fact that we're talking about quite a complex ecosystem here, where it's not just about the direct impacts of the infrastructure and the excavation, but it's about the interruption of that habitat and the effects overall, given that you have accepted the complexity of those systems?
Yeah. Yes, it is complex, and it's why it's dealt with in separate ES chapters, which in themselves have often numerous technical annexes that deal with those elements. As I say, it's a niche of a niche, and there's a lot of factors that need to be drawn together in the overall EIA assessment.
Yeah. So you would accept that while SEPA are may be content with the proposal, there could still be instances where Nature Scott would have legitimate concerns about the impact on habitat.
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. Now, just Miss Jack took the point from you this morning that accepting it's on the proposals on Class 2's peatland in terms of the mapping, and there's no dispute about that, that one of the main questions for me then is the mitigation sufficient? And I was really just trying to understand the extent to which mitigation can be addressed, and why there are such differences between your view on that and the view of Scott. Could you just, I know we have rehearsed some of that, but just to try and condense that into terms of why do you think there's such significant differences about the potential for mitigation of the impacts that we've looked at?
Well, I would hope that there is agreement on the forms of mitigation, drain blocking and grazing control and reprofiling of eroded areas. And I believe there was a statement supporting those as approaches in response to the LMP. And those measures were supported by SNH in their response. The point of difference relates to how much of that mitigation is required, and how much mitigation is required depends on your view of the quality of the site. If the quality of the site is not as high, you're starting from a lower base, so less mitigation or less enhancing measures are potentially required. So I think that the disparity lies in the perception of the value of the site in its current condition.
Okay, and so the Nature Scott's position from Mr. Cooper's evidence is that the quality of the habitat is such that it just doesn't accommodate the wind farm proposal. Is that your understanding of their position, regardless of the mitigation that you're proposing?
I think I think that's what Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, or what he's trying to suggest in his inquiry report.
Thank you. And just on that point then, I was just seeking clarification as to whether the mitigation that you're proposing, is that not mitigation, the sort of mitigation that the Scottish Government are seeking to achieve on site of this kind of quality in the absence of a wind farm proposal?
Well, the range of measures that are used, whether it's a wind farm or a non-wind farm location, are similar. So it's a question of who is paying for it. and whether the landowners, I think Dr. Massey covered this yesterday, whether the landowner is compelled to undertake those measures, which I believe they're not here.
So is it your position then that there's no reasonable prospect of that mitigation being secured in the absence of this proposal?
I couldn't speak on behalf of the landowners, and I think my point is that those measures would be accompanying the wind farm, and therefore can be assured by consent of the wind farm.
But hypothetically, they are measures that could be secured in the absence of the wind farm.
Hypothetically.
And would you accept that there is a degree of uncertainty about the effectiveness of the mitigation in securing the quality of the habitat and the peat resources maintained?
There is always a degree of uncertainty in restoration measures. There needs to be a good baseline of data provided by SNH or on the degree to which these measures are successful. But they have been, they're regarded as successful enough that there's a significant amount of funding being put into them.
Okay, but nevertheless, your position is that the impacts of the infrastructure and the roads are not significant in terms of the impact on the peat resource. Is that your position?
Yes, because there are inherent mitigation measures built into the design of tracks, for example, under track drainage, to minimise the impacts, which I covered yesterday.
Okay, thank you. I think that clarifies the points that I wanted to pick up with you, which would lead on to Mr. Trinick, if you have any points in re-examination you wanted to pick up on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, there are one or two. Ms. Jack put to you some questions concerning CD22, and did the applicant seek further assistance from Nature Scott, having received CD22, the September 2018 response to the application? I wonder if you get out CD84. Are you there, ma'am? You've gone off camera, so I can't tell. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm not showing on your screen now. You can hear me though, can you?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, no, I've got the document in front of me. Yeah.
Okay, and 84 we see is dated the 15th of October 2018, so post the response by SNH to the application. And what is document 84 doing? What is it? Come on, Andy.
Oh, sorry, it's a question to me. My apologies.
Yes, it is. This is a letter to Stephen McFadden, the Energy Consents Unit, post the SNH response to the application. Starts, pleased to respond to your questions over leaf. Now, as you go down, are the tables of responses to various consultees?
Yes, this is a request for further assistance and commentary on the previous commentary.
Right, well, it'll speak for itself, the document. I can't take it much further in re-examination, but we've drawn to the attention of the reporter. And then if we go to document CD81, would you please? And this is dated 22nd July 2019. This, from Peter. Who is Peter Bruce?
Peter Bruce was leading the EIA and has requested further information.
Yes, and that's responding to an email from Stephen McFadden at the ECU. And it's an email to Stephen Austin, isn't it, requesting some further information. Not want to take him any further on that. And the response from Peter Bruce is to Stephen Austin and to Brendan Turvey. We can note that. Was there also additional information provided by the applicant?
There was.
And did that additional information in part or in whole, I don't know, respond to the SNH consultation response?
It did.
Would you take up please CD32? And what do SNH do in response to the further information provided in the AI? What do they say about Blanket Bog?
In our original response to this application, we made no request for additional works and assessments to be carried out on this topic. We have noted the contents of the additional works that have been submitted. However, this has not changed our position. We maintain our objection to this application due to the impacts on carbon-rich soils, deep peat, and priority peatland habitat. I refer you to section 2.1 of our response dated 11/09/18 for the details of this objection.
So in response to the further information supplied, I'm taking you to CD84, CD812, and to the additional information. Are you aware of any further SNH response to the information provided after their consultation response?
No.
Thank you. You were taken by Ms. Jack to your inquiry report of paragraph 326. No need to go there. This is about the peat modelling, and you were asked to accept there was any discrepancy, in the peat model that could lead to either under restoration or an error in the peat mass balance, one or the other, depending on whether it was an error one way or an error the other. Is it your understanding that the peat model would be relied upon post-consent when it comes to build?
The peat model would be enhanced post-consent when it comes to build.
How would that happen?
Through significant amounts of additional probing to clarify specifically where the peat was deep and where the peat was shallow within the consented micrositing buffer in order to enable local decisions to be made on infrastructure location.
Do you have experience of the post-consent procedure?
Not to date.
Okay. But we'll come to that, ma'am, in the conditions session in terms of how matters will be taken forward in the construction environment management plan. I won't try and tackle the witness on that now. You've also taken by Ms. Jack to, there's only for reference here, I don't need to go there, to inquiry report paragraphs 229 to 235, and she said, well, Nature Scott made comment if a shortage of peat or an excess of peat could lead to reduced restoration potential or to a loss of peat. Did SNH make any comment on this aspect at Blarghour?
No.
Thank you. The reporter asked you questions about the relationship between SEPA and SNH, and noting that it will be SEPA who responded to a peat management plan, because SNH has a biodiversity focus not involved in the discussion of the peat management plan. And should she take comfort from SEPA? You remember that question?
I do.
Yeah. Would you turn, please, to CD 746? And look at the contents page, please, which is obviously one page in. And you can just refresh your memory on the contents of the document, and in particular the ecological management options. And we needn't go to the content unless you want to, but that's a list of contents. And are you familiar with this document?
I am.
It's headed Peatland Management Plan. Is it your understanding this simply deals with peat management or other aspects of habitat restoration?
This deals with habitat and peat management. It's an integrated document.
So would you expect a comment on this document, not only from SEPA, but from SNH?
Certainly.
Turning to CD 1212, which is, you might get out, please. See if I can find it.
What's the reference there?
CD 1212. Oh, sorry, CD 12.7. My apologies. We're coming to 12.12 shortly, but CD 12.7. You got that up, Dr. Mills?
Yes.
I'm running out of screen. I can't quite see your face. And what is this?
This is a land management plan.
Looking at that land management plan again, the headlines. Were you involved in the production of this document?
I was.
And what does it cover in broad terms? Is it just about peatland management, or is it more than that?
It attempts to integrate all the good practice measures across the EIA that may affect habitat, be they peat or be they specifically habitat measures. So it incorporates grazing, erosion management, drainage management, etc., in order to simply, in one location, provide an explanation of what is proposed.
So going to electronic page 3, do we see in the right column, why is a land management plan needed? Does that tell the reporter something about the origins of this document?
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
It explains that the site has potential to be restored and indicates the measures by which that would be achieved.
And if you go to page 4, we go to the right column, what measures are proposed? Are those measures solely to do with peat management?
No, they very much have a habitat focus as well.
And we'll leave it to the reporter to read the rest of that document. Thank you. In terms of the measures that might be taken to secure the restoration of the site in the absence of the wind farm, is this site an SAC?
No.
Is it a triple SI?
No.
Are you aware of any measures that could be secured without the consent of the owner to achieve the restoration of the site?
No.
Anything further be leading, I won't go on there. In terms of the question put to you about the success of measures relating to peatland habitat, is that a matter for you or for Dr. Massey?
Falls more within Dr. Massey's evidence.
Thank you, ma'am. That's the re-examination. I've no more questions.
Thank you. So I was having problems with my unmute button there. Okay, thank you very much. So that would conclude that section of the evidence. So I'd like to thank the witness very much for his patience with that and helping us out with all of that evidence. So thank you very much. Do we need a short period just to swap over for the next witness. We're now at 5 to 12, so we've got about an hour before lunch. So shall we take a break? How long would we need?
I'd appreciate certainly 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So let's reconvene at 12:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. If I can ask parties to return to the room, please. And Mr. Cooper? Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. So just do a quick sound check. Can we just make sure that we can hear you?
Yeah, can everybody hear me quite clearly?
I can.
Yeah, I can very well, thanks.
That's good, thank you, and we can see you clearly as well. Okay, so this is then the final witness in our inquiry sessions on Pete, and Ms. Jack, I'll just let you lead off with your witness this afternoon. Thank you.
Can I just ask, is there a list of prompt documents? We have supplied the list of cross-examination documents yesterday. In-chief documents or not?
We will be very short in chief, and there are only a couple of documents to refer to. Principally, Dr. Cooper's inquiry report, which we'll all have available already, and also I'm going to ask him to look at core document 7.46. Good afternoon, Dr. Cooper.
Afternoon.
So as I've just indicated, I just have a few short matters to cover off with you. We're taking your precognition as read, and so I'm not going to ask you to read any of that out. But there are a few points arising from the evidence that we've heard already that I think you were hoping to give some clarifications in relation to. So the first of those things, your inquiry report in front of you, and if we look at paragraph 2.12, now on my screen, Dr. Cooper's video has disappeared. I don't know whether others are still seeing it or not.
It's gone from my screen as well.
Yeah, and me.
Can you actually?
I can hear you, but I can't see you at the moment, Dr. Cooper.
Don't think there's much I can do about that.
And you've definitely got your video turned on.
Oh, maybe I managed to switch it off. While
you're back.
Thank you very
much. So we were looking at your inquiry report, and we were looking at paragraph 2.12. Do you have that in front of you?
If you just give me a second. Yes.
And under reference to this paragraph of your inquiry report, I put to Dr. Massey yesterday that you were clearly of the view that parts of the site satisfy the necessary quality criteria to be designated, and her view was that Blanket Bog at Blarghour does not meet SSI selection criteria, so you and she obviously have a difference of professional judgment on that. Now, I notice in your inquiry report at the section where you set out your experience on page 1 that you mention a period of 8 years or so where you were working surveying peatlands and designating those areas that satisfy the necessary criteria as SSSI. Can you perhaps expand for us a little bit the experience that you have of using SSSI guidelines to designate SSSIs?
Yes, thanks. Yes, that period was spent up in flow country of Caithness and Sutherland, and was the leader of a team that surveyed a large area of the peatlands, and from within that identified some areas using the SSSI guidelines. Originally the 1989 version, and then the later, I think it was 1994 version. The criteria in them are the same anyway. And so yeah, so it was got very used to sort of going through those guidelines to identify those areas that qualified, those areas that didn't. It was then a case of presenting a case to our regional board, as it was at the time, and seeking approval to designate, which we did. I also did another site quite separately from that, which was a lowland raised bog down in the central belt. Same process. We did occasionally get challenges, what were determined as being scientific challenges to the designations. So for these, we had to make a case, first of all, to our internal scientific advisory committee, and then there was an external advisory committee on SSSIs, which looked at these things for Scottish Government. So in I think there were 4 cases up in the flow country that went through that process, and another 1 that I was involved in. Again, it was a lowland raised bog down in the central belt, not the same one as I designated it or contributed to the designation, a separate one. So yes, I've been through the using the guidelines quite a bit in my time.
Okay, Dr. Massey raised concerns in her evidence yesterday about what she described as the binary nature of the habitat quality element of the SSSI guidelines in determining national interest. Do you have any comments that you wish to make about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can fully understand why she might be concerned about that, because you might think that it's a case of weighing up lots of different things. The guidelines are such that basically there are criteria which are either met or not met. There's 2 sort of I might call basic ones. I mean, we could refer to the guidelines if you want, or I can just talk my way through it rather than us looking at it, if that would be quicker.
I'm in your hands, whatever you would find most helpful. If you want to refer to documents, you can feel free to do that.
If we could then, please.
To me, if we could just refer to the document, please.
Yeah, no, it's CD 730. And it is electronic page 9. Curiously, the paragraphs go in not quite the order you might imagine. But anyway, we start at paragraph 3.5. That's the general quality of bog, is assessed by the degree to which it has remained intact as a hydrological and vegetational system capable of active peat growth. So peat formation capability, both active raised and blanket bogs, as described in Annex 1 of European directives. That's sort of what was being discussed yesterday, with the definition of active as being still supporting a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming. That's where that kicks in. So basically, it says in the next paragraph, the one that's in bold, Any blanket bog larger than 25 hectares should be considered for SSI status if capable of forming peat. So that's if you like the first one. So that is, you know, it's either yes or no to that. The next one is, well, actually, no, it's not the next one, but just for interest, because it's relevant to the site, I suppose. The next paragraph that starts off some bogs naturally. The last sentence of that is erosional features also have considerable scientific interest and need to be included in assessment and selection. So SSSIs, even if they have, or areas of peatland rather, even if they have areas of erosion, can still be selected as SSSIs. If we now move up to the previous page, so that will be electronic page 8, and if you can actually set it so that the screen is sort of half on the bottom half of page 8 and the top half of page 9, you'll see sections numbered 341 down to 346. And these are the criteria that we use in the other part in the national interest assessment. It's basically whether these characteristics are present or not. And again, it is very much they are there or they aren't there. It's not a case of saying, well, we have a lot of number 1, but not very much of number 3 or whatever, and you can trade these things off. It is binary. And so that was just to explain that although it may not be sort of, you know, ideal, that's the way it is.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Dr. Massey, yesterday in giving her evidence, had implied or indicated that she thought that the information given to the National Interest Panel was incomplete or partial and hence been misleading. I think you'd wanted to give some further clarification in relation to that. I know that you had, within your inquiry report, you had given some detail at paragraphs 4.6 and 4.7, but I think you had wanted to expand upon that.
Yes, the information that goes to the National Interest Panel is, I mean, yes, there's the report that is prepared internally, and that would normally include the assessment of national interest. I think there was a spreadsheet shown yesterday with various lines and columns on it. So that. But there's also the background information, which includes, say, extracts from environmental statement to sort of, because the whole thing about going to the National Interest Panel, it's not treating the case in isolation. It's basically building on everything that's been provided by the applicant. So we have all the stuff that's in all the information that's in the environmental impact report, assessment report, and so I'm not saying that all of that information goes to the National Interest Panel. That just wouldn't be feasible, especially when you think the National Interest Panel might be dealing with a number of different topics. So it's summarised, and key bits of information, for example, you know, maps, habitat lists, that sort of thing, would be included as appendices. So it is very much not just the information that is provided through our internal assessment.
I think another matter that you'd wanted to clarify yesterday, from yesterday's evidence, Dr. Cooper, arose from a question that the reporter had asked at the end of yesterday's evidence from Dr. Massey. And this is in relation to Dr. Massey giving evidence that there's a hierarchy of NBC types, for example, M17 being better than M19 or whatever example she had given. Are you able to give some comment upon that?
Yes, it's, I mean, it's right that there are some NVC National Vegetation Classification communities, which are, if you like, better in inverted commas in that they or worse, in that they represent, one might represent a degraded form of another. For example, M20. And just as a bit of background, the M simply means it's a mire, it's a sort of kind of wetland type. That's where all the M's come from. So you have M19, which was talked about quite a lot yesterday, because that's the predominant NVC community over the site. If we just stick to the dominant species, you would have heather and you would have hairstale cotton grass. There are quite a few others, but they're the sort of the main ones. Now, so that's M19. M20 has little or no heather in it. So basically it's dominated by the hairstale cotton grass. And that is a community which doesn't occur naturally. It's a response to management, typically grazing or a combination of burning and grazing. So you lose the heather. With most communities, whether they be mires, woodlands, grasslands, whatever, there is not a case that one's better than another. One's just different from another. So you could have we were talking about the different mire types. So there's, M17, M18, M19. They have different species combinations. Just as in a woodland, you might have an oak wood and a pine wood. They're just both woodlands with different kinds of species in it. It's not that one's better than the other, they're just different. It's the same with mires. Peatlands, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Dr. Massey yesterday took us to some photographs that she had included in the appendix to her inquiry, which is CD 14.4, and those were pictures that were in Appendix 1, Table 1. And if you recall, if you could maybe have those in front of you, Dr. Cooper, but you'll recall that these were pictures which contrasted pictures of SSI Ramsar sites for Blanket Bog with Blarghour and a nearby site. Could you also open up for me core document 7.46, which is the Blarghour Wind Farm Peatland Management Plan?
Right, got these, thanks.
And if you just have it open at the front cover, which you'll see has a picture in that, are there some observations that you would like to make in relation to the pictures on the first page of Table 1 at Dr. Massey's appendix and this picture that's on the front page of the Peatland Management Plan?
Yeah, okay. Let's look at the ones in CD 14.4 first. I mean, yes, they look different. They don't actually look that different. Two of them have got water in them. One of them doesn't. The one that doesn't looks to me as if it's on a steeper slope where you wouldn't really expect to have water pooling. Probably not much more I can say than that. The one on the left, the one where it has the Rams SSI Ramsar, that's one of the flow country sites. But yes, so it's also from a different part of the country. If you go back to no, I can't remember the document number for it. Was it 746? Yes. Yeah, so there what we've got is an area of, it's actually quite an interesting one, that, because it's what you're looking at there is an area of peatland with a sort of a drier hills in the background, a fair bit of which looks as if it was still showing signs of erosion. It's been quite eroded at some point, but what you can see now is that it's revegetating quite significantly. So a lot of the on the left hand side, as you look at it, you'll see there's for want of a better word, lumps, and in between these there are flat bits. So the lumps are remnants of previous erosion, and the flat bits in between are where it's recovering. It's revegetating. So yeah, and then you can see the sphagnum and that growing around the edges of the pool, and that sort of thing. So yeah, all bogs are different.
Okay, moving on to Dr. Mill's evidence, he indicated that he considers that Class 2 is a degraded form of Class 1. What comments would you make on that?
I suppose in some respects it's a bit like what I was saying about the NVC communities. There's a number of classes from the carbon and peatland map, and they're all for different things. Each one is for something different. As far as comparing Class 2 and Class 1 is concerned, I think the main difference there is that Class 1 is accepting the scale at which it is mapped. It is one thing. It is a deep peat over 50 centimetres and priority peatland habitat. So yeah, that's it. Within Class 2, it's a bit more of a, call it a mosaic, and I suppose you could probably call it a mosaic actually. So you do have some of what I've just described for Class 1, but then you also have areas which, unlike that, they're either the habitat could be a bit degraded, or there could be areas of a shallower soil going into shallower peat, more of an organic soil, a thinner layer basically. But because of the scale of mapping, it's sort of impractical at that level to separate these out. So if you like, one is pure, and one contains a lot of exactly the same as in Class 1, but has a proportion of some different habitat in it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cooper. And the last question that I have for you arises from a question or the last thing that I think you want to speak about arises from a question that the reporter asked Dr. Massey yesterday at the end of her evidence, which, to paraphrase, I think was along the lines of Dr. Massey had carried out a study. So did she think it was realistic to expect Nature Scott to do a similar thing or express their conclusions differently? She was asking if there was a different in approach. And I think Dr. Massey indicated in her response to that she expected Nature Scott, in fulfilling its statutory function and responding to consultation responses, to take into consideration the guidelines which are specified, to state its methods, and for definitions to be supplied on how they went about their survey, and for them to be scientifically rigorous. I think you had wanted to say something on that.
Yeah, thanks. With that, firstly, I see little to be gained from essentially repeating what's already been done. In the EIA, normally the work that is presented in an EIA as part of an application is of good quality, and we take it at face value. So there is no point in repeating that. Also bear in mind that we have a statutory timeframe within which to respond to applications. So it just would not be possible to go into things in that level of detail, that level of rigour. So what we do is, as I was saying in relation to the national interest, in case it's got the national interest panel, we build on what has already been presented. In terms of our own assessment of national interest, yes, I mean it's a relatively short, simple process. That doesn't mean to say it's not applied rigorously, but it's that's what it is. And it is, I suppose it's twofold. One, it is just getting confirmation that how the applicant has described the area is as it appears to us when we go out. And then we do these sample checks, where the key elements of infrastructure are, to find out whether or not only does it match whatever has been said, but determine whether or not it is that sort of meet that higher threshold of having the habitat quality standards that you would expect for a peatland SSSI.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cooper. I didn't have any other questions to put to you or anything else to raise with you in examination in chief, so I would close there and hand over. I think there may be some other questions that you'll be asked.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jack and Dr. Cooper. I would then hand over to Mr. Trinnick to lead his cross-examination. Now we're at 12:32, so we could either stop for lunch and come back at 1:30, so that you could have a clear run at your cross-examination, or we could make a start now. I'm in your hands to determine which way you would prefer to go with that, Mr. Trinnick.
The first topic, ma'am, is quite a long one. I think probably on balance I'd rather break now and start at 1:30.
Okay, let's take a break then for lunch. Miss Jack, are you comfortable with that? That's fine. So let's break now for lunch and reconvene at 1:30, please. Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. I say 1:30. It could be earlier if you want.
Well, yeah, you did. You did mention 4 hours of cross-examination, which I'm sure Mr. Cooper will be delighted at the prospect.
I hope you will be. Yeah.
Would that still be your indication?
As always, it depends on how the questions are answered as well. But my guess is 4 hours. Yes.
Okay. So perhaps we should, on that basis, meet back at 1:15 then, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I think everyone is in place. Now, we concluded just before lunch with the evidence in chief from Mr. Andrew Cooper, who is the witness for Nature Scott on peat matters. So this afternoon we are picking up with the applicant's cross-examination of the witness. So on that basis, if I could hand over to you, Mr. Chinnock, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Dr. Cooper. I think
Afternoon.
There you go. I think you would have received a note of the documents I am likely to refer to in cross-examination.
I'm not so sure about that.
I passed them, they were emailed to your council last night. You haven't received that.
They were emailed across this morning.
I might have switched off my email by then, depending on the time.
Don't worry about it. We'll get there. It's not a big issue, and we can easily get to the documents. So don't worry about that. I would though like to take you first of all to CD 14.6, and this is an annex to Dr. Mills' inquiry report at page 17. It's entitled Annex 2. You let me know when you're there. It's probably best.
Yeah. 14.6. Yes, that's Annex 2 guidance flowchart.
That's the one, yes, thank you. This is a flowchart prepared by Dr. Mills. It has no provenance other than him. It's headed Peatlands and Development, an overview of guidance to developers. I thought it might be helpful to go there just to pin down the scope of SNH's evidence in this case, we can see if we go to the heading Environmental Impact Assessment, there are then 3 columns, ecology, carbon and stability. You see those?
Yes.
And we know that stability is advised on by, well, I think it's Ironside Farrer advising the Scottish Government now, isn't it? And that's not
It is.
SNH's in this case. We know on carbon that the carbon calculator is not an issue for SNH in terms of your evidence, is it?
That's correct.
We know that the peat management is an issue for SEPA, not an issue for SNH in this case.
It can be an issue for SNH where it has implications for habitat.
I accept that. Of course, I accept that. That's a fair answer. But if there are no implications for habitat, the peat mass balance is a matter for SEPA and not for SNH.
That's correct, yes.
Yep. So SNH's concerns in this case can come under the heading of ecology and biodiversity, don't they?
Yes.
And principally, therefore, in this case, peatland habitats, that's what we'll be talking about this afternoon, isn't it?
Yes.
I didn't sound very convinced. Are we agreed?
We are agreed. It was just my hesitation was simply because of the relationship between peatland habitats and their substrate.
And that is acknowledged, and I accept what you're saying. Then if we go to SPP, if we may, which is document CD41, let me know when you're there. And you'll need to go to table 1, which is at page 43.
Sorry, something really strange has happened, which I don't understand.
Okay.
Sorry, it's in my documents list. I have, it goes 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and so on up to 16.
That's a puzzle.
Why on earth would that be?
I don't know what the source of your documents is. Is it the DPA website or a USB stick or what?
It's a USB stick. I just trying to think if I can get around this.
Of course, no, do you take your time? I'll tell you what, Dr. Cooper, it's maybe our only visit to a document in section 4. So I'll read out the relevant bits rather than you have to access the document. I think you're reasonably familiar with table 1 anyway. So will you trust me on that and see how far we go?
Yep, absolutely.
Sure.
Is it just this bit that you've got a problem with the documents? Is it section 4 or is it the rest of it's all showing up okay, is it?
It's just section 4, yes.
Okay. That's not so much. Okay.
Do you have the CD list with the hyperlinks?
Yes, now that would be the one of the 7th October.
I think, yes, I'm sure you're right. If you go to it and you go to section 4, there should be a hyperlink to CD41 and maybe another way of getting it in front of you.
Yep, hyperlink certainly there.
Let's see if it works.
Documents. This document is no longer available.
I was afraid you might say that because we spoke to, speaking of the reporter now, we did speak to Smira about this on Monday and understood that was being updated so the hyperlink works because it's a hyperlink to the DPEA website. Well, look, listen, we'll have to do the best it's not your fault, Dr. Cooper. We'll do the best we can. If you'll trust me, just to rehearse table 1 to you.
Absolutely, yes.
Thanks very much. Table 1 advises on groups 1, 2, and 3 areas, and for group 2 areas of significant protection, we have a column marked nationally important and mapped environmental interests, and one is wildland, and the other in that category, you know well, carbon-rich soils, deep peat, and priority peatland habitat. And now we know that Nature Scotland have got the carbon and peatland map responding to SNH. Sorry, not responding to responding to this element of SPP. You produced a map, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
And that maps carbon-rich soils, deep peat, and priority peatland habitat at a strategic level, and it's really a predictive tool, isn't it?
Yes.
But it probably is right to say that the fact of apparent class 1 and 2 soils as mapped in response to SPP is really a trigger to undertake a site-specific assessment, isn't it?
Sorry, yes, I mean, yes, if somebody is either wanting to, for example, have some sort of, land use change or whatever, then yes, they might refer to that, or would hopefully refer to that to see what at least the potential current situation was regarding carbon-rich soils, etc.
Exactly. No, I think we're in the same place there completely. And then you move, if you've got, on the basis of mapping, it's predicted there will be those resources there on the site you're looking at. You move to the top of group 2, above the columns, recognizing the need for significant protection in these areas. Wind farms may be appropriate in some circumstances. Further consideration will be required, etc. Well, now read that. You haven't got it in front of you. To demonstrate that any significant effects on the qualities of these areas can be substantially overcome by siting design or the mitigation. You're obviously familiar with that advice.
Yes.
And what happens then, so far as an applicant is concerned, is that it carries out an ECIA, doesn't it, in order to determine whether or not there'd like to be any significant effects.
Yes.
And in doing so, that study, the baseline part of the study, will reveal whether or not there are in fact class 1 or class 2 soils on the site. It may reveal anything, but that's the purpose of EIA, isn't it?
It is.
And that can lead to 3 or possibly 4 possible results, can't it, the EIA process? You may discover there aren't any class 1 or 2 soils. That doesn't apply here. We know there are at least class 2 soils. But where there are class 2 soils, that can lead, I suggest, to 3 results. Firstly, the EIA may conclude that there are no significant impacts. That's one conclusion. Second conclusion is there are significant impacts, but they can be satisfactorily addressed in the terms advised in Table 1. And the third result is there are significant effects, but they can't be satisfactorily addressed or substantially overcome the significant effects. Would you agree those are the 3 possible results that can come from the exercise?
Yes.
And for results 1 and 2, not significant or significant, but you can satisfactorily address the effects, then you tick a box satisfactorily in terms of Table 1. You passed the test. For the third category, where there are significant effects but they can't be satisfactorily addressed, that's a negative cross, if you like, against the development which needs to be taken forward into the planning balance. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I mean, yes, keeping it at that sort of simple superficial level, then yes.
Well, as you say, superficial. I mean, I'm just trying to agree with you. This is the way that Table 1 works.
Sorry,
Well,
yep, sorry. Superficial maybe wasn't quite the right word. I think you're looking at it from the perspective of the applicant, but it's obviously more than the applicant that is ultimately involved in these things.
Absolutely, it's a decision-making process we're looking at here. Yeah. And so far as Blarghour is concerned, we know, and the reference don't need to go there, is paragraph 5535 of the ES, electronic page 56, if anyone wants to go there, but it concludes there will be no significant effects on the habitats in this case. You know that was the conclusion of the ES.
Yes.
And so if Nature Scotland wants to make its case to justify its position at this inquiry, it would need to show that indeed there are significant effects and that those significant effects cannot be substantially overcome by siting, design or other mitigation. That's fair, isn't it?
It is, yes, agree with that.
Good, that's a good starting point. So let's just trace our way through the history of this matter, and I'm not going to go back to the beginning of the world here, but go to CD 11.3, would you? When I said not going back to the beginning of the world, what I meant was this site, whether called Ballymenoch or called Blarghour, has a very long history, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
So if we go to CD 11.3, this is an email from Stephen McFadden at the ECU to Peter Bruce, who was leading the project managing the EIA. You got it?
I do, yes.
And this is a gate check consultation, and SNH's response to that consultation. This is pre-application. This is 2017. The submission was in May 2018. And this is Stephen Austin on behalf of SNH responding. And take a quick scan through it, but I would suggest that all that Stephen Austin talks about in this email are birds and landscape. Is that correct?
That would appear to be correct, yes.
No mention of peat habitat.
I see no mention of peat habitat.
So then the submission takes place and SNH works on its consultation response and issues the consultation response, which is actually issues two. Help me here. We have CD21 and CD22. The first is dated the 3rd of September. The second is dated the 11th. It's probably an aside and it's going nowhere, but could you tell me what happened here? Why are the two consultation responses? If you don't know, say so.
I don't think that I do know.
Fair enough, move on then. We come to the, I'm using CD22 being the latest, the consultation response of 11th of September. So should we go to that at CD22?
Yep, got that.
Tell you what, ma'am, I'm going to change the approach here. If you put your hand up, it means you're not ready. If you don't, you are. On page 1 of the document, we see a record of SNH's objection, but really we need to go to paragraph 2.1 over the page, don't we? And looking at that, and this has been rehearsed to the inquiry by Jennifer Jack already, to my witnesses, we have the reference to mapping at a broad scale in the first paragraph on the peatland map. And then first bullet point, that map shows the application site includes, etc., etc. And then the next bullet point, site visits and survey work undertaken by SNH confirm the site is dominated by blanket bog, underpinned by deep peat. Indeed, all the turbine locations visited satisfy the criteria for nationally important, etc., etc. The same applies to areas of blanket bog walked over, and so on. I have a couple of questions. When you say satisfied the criteria, what is meant there? What criteria?
The criteria for nationally important carbon-rich soils, etc. That was the, well, two things. One, it was the habitat, generally. In other words, it was blanket bog. And it had deep peat. There's a combination of the habitat and the peat deposit.
Well, is it? I mean, yes, I see what you mean. Blanket bog and deep peat, a combination of both.
Yes.
But you're talking in that paragraph simply about the fact of blanket bog and deep peat in this within the site, aren't you?
Yes.
There's no assessment of impacts in that paragraph, is there?
No.
So in the next bullet point where it says, from this it is evident the wind farm cannot be constructed as currently designed without significant loss and damage to a nationally important feature. I'm just curious as to how on earth you could conclude that on the basis of what is said in the previous bullet point, i.e. the mere fact of blanket bog and deep peat means you can't construct. That's not very logical, is it, Dr. Cooper? There's no impact assessment implied or explicit within this section of the letter, is there?
No, but we did have all the information that was in the EIA report.
It's not referred to, is it? Well, I'm looking for something that says, well, the EIA report concluded no significant effects. We disagree because, and therefore, from this it is evident the wind farm cannot be constructed. All we have is simply the fact of blanket bog and deep peat leading to a conclusion. As a matter of fact, I'm correct, aren't I?
Yes, I mean, the reference to the ES is in the fourth bullet. So perhaps the ordering could have been other.
Well, that doesn't quite say that, does it? That's talking about a redesign of the site, not talking about the site as it is. That's why I didn't come to that bullet point. That's looking ahead to what might be done to overcome the difficulties that SNH, as it was then, sees with the project.
Yes,
But looking at the first three bullet points, all that SNH, as a matter of fact, please, have said is that there is blanket bog underpinned by deep peat. From this, it is evident the wind farm cannot be constructed. There's no element of impact assessment there at all, is there?
It's not specifically stated in that paragraph, no.
Well, in other words, the answer is no, there isn't. Can we just take that as a no?
I think you have to take these things in context.
Well, what is the visible context here? Don't forget, Dr. Cooper, that this is what was received from SNH as its consultation response. There was nothing else. This is what the applicant had in front of it as SNH's response. Now we'll move on to what happened later. Don't worry, we will. But at this point of receiving this consultation response, all that we could read was that there was blanket bog underpinned by deep peat, and therefore SNH objected. That's a pretty fair reading of the letter, isn't it?
I see what you're getting at. I'm not saying that the letter couldn't have been worded more clearly, but I think all the information that leads to that conclusion is there in the letter.
Where? Where in the letter, please?
Well, we refer to the habitat information provided in the ES.
No, come on, Dr. Cooper. That habitat information in the ES, read on, suggests it's unlikely the site can be redesigned. In terms of the design presented to SNH, we're looking solely at the bullet point 2 and 3, aren't we? It's a simple point, Dr. Cooper. There's nothing else there, is there?
I think I've already said that there's nothing in these bullets, but the information is there in the letter.
Implication. Well, okay, I've got your note of that. Thank you. And then what happened was that I think we can record this in fairly short form. Stephen McFadden of the ECU actually went back to SNH and said, well, what is your evidential basis for saying what you're saying? And at that point, you provided to the ECU the material that we now have in CD 8210 which went before the National Interest Panel. That's correct, isn't it? That was the order of events.
I think so, yes. The letter to which you're referring is...
Well, I'm simply saying the process was that following this letter, the ECU came back to SNH and say, where's your evidence for reaching the conclusion that you did? And you supplied the information. As a matter of fact, and if Ms. Jack thinks I'm incorrect, she can come back in re-examination. But that's what happened. The information was supplied to the ECU, as a matter of fact, and then they passed it on to the applicant. That's what happened, wasn't it?
I'm happy to accept that, because I don't know to the contrary. I mean, you'll appreciate that I'm not involved in that correspondence.
No, you won't, and that's fair. And therefore, indeed, if I'm wrong, Jennifer Jack will come back and say so. That we then we'll come back to the September 2018 letter, but we then go on to CD 787, which is, as you know, given this is the guidance instruction note, which has given us some excitement. Tell me when you've got it in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. This was, I think, written by you and one of your colleagues.
That is correct.
And it was a quality assure by John Utley. He's also a Nature Scot, I believe.
He is, yes.
And approved by Peter Hutchinson. And it was issued to staff, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was published after the submission date for Blarghour. We see the date on it, 23rd August 2018, correct?
Mr. Trinnick, I did have my hand up there, but you...
Oh, apologies. I wasn't looking and I should have been. I do apologise.
I didn't quite catch the reference there.
CD 787.
787. Thank you.
I'll be looking down quite a bit, so I apologise if I don't see your hand every time. Thank you, ma'am. This was published in August 2018, so after the date of the Blarghour submission, that's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
And indeed the day after the National Interest Panel meeting on this project, which was on the 22nd of August.
That is correct.
Not available on the SNH website, is it?
It was prior to that. It has been since.
Well,
sorry, can I say it was prior to that? The previous version was prior to that.
Well, we don't know about the previous version. I mean, in terms of the history of Blarghour and the applicant understanding the position of SNH, at all material times, to use a legal phrase, this document has not been on the SNH website, has it?
It hasn't been on the SNH, well, obviously it wasn't on the SNH website before it was published. And I believe it hasn't been accessible through the website. Certainly some of the time since. I couldn't tell you exactly when it has and when it hasn't. It was, I think you're aware, on a hyperlink from another document that was on the website. And then when our website was changed, that hyperlink was lost.
Well, we don't know what was there before the hyperlink disappeared, but at all events, as far as we know, it has not been available on the SNH website as a standalone document or as a hyperlink to the 2016 guidance on national interest identification well, certainly since the beginning of 2018. Correct?
So when you're talking about this document, do you mean this particular version of this document?
Well, Dr. Cooper, you've got the advantage of all of us because we didn't know this document until last week. And I understood from Jennifer Jack that you could speak to it, and I had expected to hear more in evidence in chief, but we didn't. So we are where we are. To be honest, I'm satisfied that we have in front of us CD 787. I'm not inviting more documents. So far as Blarghour is concerned, are you telling the inquiry that this document was, at any time since the submission of Blarghour in May 18, available on the website? If you are telling us that, tell us now.
I cannot say for certain that it has. No, in fact, yeah, yes, I cannot say for certain that it has.
Well, our evidence is that it wasn't, but I'm not sure there's a difference of evidence there. The fact is, it's not now, is it?
That's correct.
Yeah. The point being that unless informed directly of this document, CD 787 by Nature Scott, it's reasonable to suppose that the applicant could not have known of it. That's correct, isn't it?
The applicant could not know of this version of that document, correct?
Mm. And Jennifer Jack and re-examination may take you to a Ramboll letter, which I think is CD 1212 from memory. Don't need to go to it, which refers to a 2016 document, but the applicant could have had no way of linking that reference to this document CD 787, could it?
You wouldn't have a link from an older document to a future document.
No, precisely. So let's, with that against that background, go to CD 813. Which is an email sent just before the inquiry by Miss Jack to Colin Bell at DPEA and copied to inquiry parties, dealing with questions raised by the applicant about CD 787. And if you tell me when you've got that in front of you, ma'am, have you got that in front of you?
I've got it, yes, thanks.
Thanks very much. And what Ms. Jack tells us there is about the publication of the documents in 2018. There's no reference to a 2016 document there, is there?
Not that I can see, no.
No. And halfway down the answer A1, we see it's authored by you and by Patricia Bruno, approved for use in August 2018, that you can speak to the document. It's available as a secured Word copy on Nature Scott's internal system. Not much use to the applicant, that is it? We can't access that.
No.
No. And then it explains that you thought the hyperlink worked and it didn't. Well, fair enough. And I'm not going to attempt to get at you for that mistake. These things happen. Go to the second page, the answer A3. There are multiple references to process set out in this document within Dr. Cooper's inquiry report. I think I'm right to say there's not a single reference to this document in your report, is there?
To the report, no. To the processes, yes.
Well, to the document, certainly not. And then this staff guidance underpinned Nature Scott's advice on the subject. In the second sentence, they, does it mean the guidance? I don't know what it means. They are widely and regularly used. So you're saying that Nature Scott staff widely uses CD 787, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, or maybe?
Well, no, I was just trying to probably overinterpret what you're meaning by widely. When it's used when it's appropriate to use it.
All right. All right. Well, it says that email says what it says. If we go to CD 8 to 10 now, please. And to electronic page 9. Now that's, let me know when you get there. It's headed Paper 1 Draft Response.
Yep. Oops. Paper 1 draft response. Yes, got it. Thanks.
Excellent. Now this is the draft response of SNH to the Blarghour application, and we have it because we put in an FOI request and this was revealed. And we can see in the summary paragraph 1, second bullet point, impacts on priority habitat of blanket bog underpinned by deep peat. That's one of the reasons. You might just, can you get up CD22 alongside you? Is that possible to get to at once? That's the SNH 11 September 2018 response to the application.
Right. I can't, I'm sorry, I can't share the things on the screen. I could probably bring it up on the screen that you're on.
No, don't worry. Honestly, we can do it sequentially rather than at the same time. It doesn't, it's not a problem. We're all struggling a bit with the technology. Don't worry about it.
Some more than others.
Well, believe me, I'm struggling. We go on to electronic page 11. We've then got paragraph 2.2 on blanket bog with some marginal comments. Obviously, this is an internal document. And there's a little bit more detail in this, isn't there, than in the eventually issued consultation response. Would you agree? And then paragraph 2.1, which we've been through already.
Yes.
Yeah. Let the reporter read how much more detail. And then we go on to Annex 1 on landscape. Not so interested in that. But on electronic page 20, we have Annex 2, don't we?
We do.
And that was drafted by you, is that right?
It would have been drafted by me, yes. I wouldn't have finalised it, but I would have provided the information upon which that was based.
And that goes on for 1, 2, 3, 4.5 pages, dealing with priority habitat of blanket bog underpinned by deep peat. You see that?
Yes.
And the bold text represents SNH's views. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then we come to Annex 2. Was that part of the draft letter? Was that part of the Annex to the letter of the draft letter? Was that included in the letter?
Sorry. Can you rewind a bit? Is what part of the letter?
I probably didn't give you the reference, my fault. Electronic page 25. We see Annex 2.
All right. Yes. Right. Yes.
Was that part of the draft letter?
I don't know. That would have been information that had been passed on to the author of the letter.
I think it was, because if you move on a few pages to electronic page 30, we're still in the letter with Annex 3 on ornithology, aren't we?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that probably everything between all those photographs and that spreadsheet were within the draft letter, weren't they? Makes
yes,
sense.
I mean, yes, it would, as I say, whether it was in the draft letter or whether it was a sort of pre-draft with all the available information. But you could argue that pre-draft is just an early draft.
Well, draft letter, I mean, it's actually paper 1, it says on page 9, electronic page 9, is a draft letter, Stephen McFadden. It's very much a draft.
Fine.
A draft of SNH's response.
Happy to accept that.
That's fine. And whatever we may say about the level of reasoning within Annex 2 to this, which we've just been through, it gives at least some detail of why SNH disagrees with what's in the ES. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. With reasoning, to be fair.
Thank you.
Well, don't thank me too early. Then we go to the spreadsheet on page 25.
Yes.
This follows, I think, the approach advised in the instruction. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you would go back briefly, this is really for the reporter's benefit, to CD 787. And go to electronic page 8, headed Annex 2. Got that?
Yes, thanks.
That Annex 2 really is the source of the spreadsheet, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, thank you. Then you can put away 8210 for the moment and dig out again. No, you don't need to dig it out. Going back to the finalised SNH response, CD22, that didn't have that detail of Annex 2 within it, did it?
Hang on, oops, what have we done now?
Sorry?
No, it's okay. I'm just getting that. I'm fairly certain the answer is yes, but I'm just going to just want to double check before I say so.
Well, if you're in 2.2, let me help you.
I am now in 2.2, yes.
Paragraph 2.1, but then you turn to the annexes, and there's an annex on ornithology, which is on EP5, electronic page 5. There's an annex on landscape, but the annex on blanket, bog, and peat has completely gone, isn't it? It's not there.
That appears to be correct, yes.
Would you go to CD 8216, please?
Oh.
It's confusing, I warn you. If you go to 82, and then it breaks down into its constituent parts.
Yes, I missed out the 8 and just went to 216, and it was something completely different.
Don't worry.
So that's from David McLennan to Stephen McFadden.
And that's correct. To Stephen McFadden, or to
Yes.
the British government, effectively, ECU.
Yes.
And thank you for allowing us more time. Here's our response. And there is the response dated 3rd September, same terms as the other one completely. I've checked. There we have it on paragraph 2.1 on electronic page 3. And then down we go, please, all the way to electronic page 12, which is an email from David McLennan to, it's an internal one, obviously, to Nick Hyde and CC to John Utley. You've got that?
Yes.
That's on page 11. I'm sorry, I said page 12, my fault.
That explains. Right, so hang on, page. I'm just
Page.
trying to see. I'm just trying to get the whole
Yes, of
page
course.
on the screen at once. Just.
Yeah.
So it's the email from David to Nick Hyde. Yes, is the one you're referring to.
September.
Yes.
And then if we go down to the next page, page 12, there's an email, isn't there? A second email on that page from John Utley, dated 31st August at 1629. Have you got that?
31 August 1629, yes.
It says, David, here is the final draft of the response. It's been difficult. The landscape annex would benefit from more tidying up, etc. I have removed the peatland annex. It was very detailed, and I don't think it added enough value to the letter. Of course, we have all of Andrew's and Patricia's material should we need it. So do you see that for whatever reason, John Utley simply removed your Annex 2?
Yes.
Do you know why he did that? I mean, he says why he did it, but that left the position pretty bare, didn't it? All we now have is paragraph 2.1 of the letter, which we've been through.
Yes. Accept that.
Thank you. So then we come to your inquiry report. You can put away 8.2.10 now. We finished with that for the moment.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to, like Jennifer Jack, I'm working across two screens, which can be slow. And I think I've already actually established the question I was going to ask about your inquiry report. There was no reference to the CD 787 2018 instruction in it. So there's no reference there, nor I think in your recognition either. Correct?
That's correct.
What I'm baffled about is this, that if the instruction is of the importance to SNH and to the inquiry, which is described in Jennifer Jack's 2nd October email, CD 813, I find it quite incredible that no explicit reference to this document can be found in any material issued by SNH on the Blarghour proposal from the scoping stage right through to this public inquiry. Care to explain?
I think from my own perspective or my own involvement in these things, and that's really all I can speak about with confidence, if you like, is that it was certainly right on my part. I'm prepared to accept that. And I think the thing is, I'm probably so involved in using it and the stages involved in it, that I focus on, if you like, the process rather than the document itself. So I focus on the process that the document describes, without actually the document.
If I may say so, is a very generous and honest answer. Thank you for that. I understand how these things can happen. I'm not saying it's excusable from an SNH point of view, but from a personal point of view, I accept your answer. Let's go to CD 787, if we may then. I want to go through one or two points on it. So we understand what it's about. And we can see, I only want to refer to one or 2 points initially here. Paragraph 3, your approach aims to, and it follows a hierarchy of avoidance, mitigation, and compensation. That's broadly put, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
If we turn over to page 11, we see the record that the map is indeed, the map being the carbon and peatland map of 2016, is a strategic planning tool. Underlined, always require a site-specific and detailed peat and vegetation survey. This information will confirm the extent to which nationally important peatland will actually be affected by the development, etc. In paragraph 12, we will focus our advice on the actual effects on peatland habitat. Indeed, that's what you've done in this case, isn't it? That's where your focus is.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you turn over to electronic page 5, paragraph 22, we'll come back to this later, but there's a statement that you will encourage developers to undertake habitat management and enhancement. when peatland habitat is lost to development.
Yes.
So let's note that, and we'll come back to it. In paragraph 26, again, you repeat your focus is on peatland habitat. Those are the points I want to rehearse for the moment in the document. The problem is, I mean, you say, I respect your answer, that you're focusing on the process and not on the document when you're putting together a consultation response. But the response that was finally received from SNH in September 2018, I think you've already acknowledged, said much less than it should. The Annex 2 having been stripped out, and we've already been there, all it said was, well, there's some blanket bog and deep peat. That means we can't build. That's all the applicant had, despite the emphasis in this document on providing transparency and reasoning. That's correct, as a matter of fact, isn't it?
There was less detail there than had been gathered, yes.
That's a fair answer. Look at paragraph 16 of the document, please. E-page 4, I think.
Yes, it is.
Thanks. The heading is determining when the effects are significant. A significant effect on the qualities is likely to result from complete loss or loss of function. That's fair enough. Is there any advice to your staff on how the significance of the effect is to be evaluated?
Sorry, in terms of...
Or by what method are the staff advised to evaluate the significance of the impacts?
Right. The staff aren't necessarily determining the effects of the impacts. What the main purpose of the guidance is on the value of the resource. The impacts are come primarily from the EIA report.
Well, that's beautiful. We love that very much, because our impact report said no significant effects. But that you don't agree with that. We know that.
No,
So there must be some document that tells us, that tells your staff how to evaluate significance. Because if you simply accept what the ES says, well, you may as well not have a document at all. You just read the ES and say, well, that's what it says. So I come back to my question. What is your advice? Where is there advice to staff on how to evaluate the significance of the effects?
Well, as I say, the information that is in the EIA,
I'm going to stop you because you're rather dodging my question. I don't want
it describes the impacts, and it's then the assessment.
I'd like you to answer my question, please. It was a very straightforward one. I'd like an answer. Where do you advise your staff how to evaluate the significance of the effects? In CD 787 or elsewhere? You heard my question. Understand it. Answer.
Right, I'm with you now. There is nothing in CD 787 on the assessment of significance. I cannot think of a specific document that describes the methodology for doing that.
Well, you do yourself down. Return to Annex 1 to this very document on electronic page 7. Do we see a number of documents listed? The fourth of which is the SAIM guidelines. Do we see those listed? They may be out of date.
Sorry, is this Annex 1? Did you say?
CD 787, electronic page 7.
Sorry, I was working on a hard copy there.
Don't worry, that's okay.
Yes.
I mean, do work on hard. That's what I'm working on, but it's not page numbered. Annex 1, anyway.
Yes, does that? Yes.
And do we see a reference 4 down to the SAIM guidelines for ecological impact assessment?
Yes.
And the description provides guidance for the ecological impact of all types of development and terrestrial, coastal and freshwater environments set out widely accepted good practice for each stage of the ECIA. I would have taken that to be, you see, some guidance to your staff as to how to proceed. Wouldn't you
Yes.
agree?
Sorry. I thought you were talking about something specific to the peatland process.
Well, I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about paragraph 16, significant effect on qualities of carbon-rich soil. What is your advice to staff? There's nothing in the document. I can't think of a document elsewhere. I take you to Annex 1. It's there, isn't it? SAIM, that's how you do it.
Yes, what I was saying was that I mean, yes, that talks about the assessing significance in a generic way, not specifically to carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat.
Well, forgive me, but this whole document is about carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat. That's all it advises on. That's its heading. So can we assume that Annex 1 is written with regard to the topic of the document?
It's undoubtedly relevant to it.
I'm sorry, I think you're beating about the bush here. Annex 1 says further guidance. It takes you to SAIM. Is there any other recommended method of evaluation you can take us to in terms of the advice to staff in paragraph 16? How do you evaluate significance? Nothing, is there?
No.
And you accept that SAIM is a document endorsed by SNH?
Yes.
You accept it's the appropriate document to use to assess the ecological impacts of development on peatland habitats. You accept that?
Yes, I do.
You don't think there's any other document you need to refer to? That's it, isn't it? That's the recommended document.
Yes.
Does yes mean yes? You have
So,
a way of saying yes, but yeah, I'd like a straight answer. Do you mean yes? That's the advice, isn't it? That's what you use, SAIM.
yes, the way I said yes was because I was started to think about significance within the context of Natura, which is obviously a different. It's not what we're talking about here.
No, indeed.
But there is specific guidance relating to that.
Yes, there is indeed, but we're not talking about that here. So the relevant guidance is SAIM guidance, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Let's go to page 21 of the CD 787, if you would. Now, I'm going to put in a further question there on the same topic once we got to that point. So, if your staff...
Sorry, Mr. Trinick.
Sorry.
Just get the right page reference there.
Yes, when we get there, electronic page 5. But I'm not quite there yet. No, it's okay. Don't worry, I'll get there. One more question based on what we've just discussed. If, therefore, your staff look at an ecological impact assessment in an EIA report, and they read, as they would have done, as you did with Blarghour, that no significant effects are anticipated on peatland habitat, and you want to dig into that conclusion, you would have to look at the detail of the assessment to see if any of its constituent parts didn't lead logically to that conclusion. That's what you would have to do, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yes. And in order to dig into the reasons for the conclusion reached in the ECIA, you would need to engage on the terms of the SAIM guidelines, wouldn't you? Because that's what's used in the EIA.
Yes. Yes.
It's one of Dr. Cooper's yeses again. I'll accept that as yes and move on, unless you tell me that yes didn't mean yes.
Yes, you can move on.
Okay, thank you. And so, for example, and only for example, because we'll come back to the detail, a bit more detail later, this is a question slightly out of order. If, therefore, you're looking at an evaluation of the baseline, the importance of the resource on the site, I think I've heard you acknowledge that SIEM is the way to do that. If you were to claim, as you do here, that the resources of more than local importance in EIA terms, not policy terms, EIA terms, then you would need to answer what is said in the EIA on the terms of the EIA. In other words, using the same guidance. Why do I disagree? That would be the right way to proceed, wouldn't it?
I'm not entirely sure I understood all of what you said there, but
Let me simplify it rather than guess. I don't want you guessing with my question. That would be unfair on you. If you, Dr. Cooper, are looking at the Blarghour environmental statement and read a conclusion, as there is at paragraph 5535, that the impacts on peatland habitats are not significant, in order to interrogate that conclusion, you need to visit the constituent parts of the assessment in terms of importance, sensitivity, and magnitude, wouldn't you?
yes. I mean, I think you know why I'm hesitating. So do you want to come back to that later, or do you want to go into that now?
I'd rather go in order. Why are you hesitating?
It's to do with the evaluation of the importance of the resource.
Mm-hmm. Carry on. Now I'm listening.
And although we were talking about the being appropriate, which it is, but it doesn't recognise carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat as nationally important.
Well, we're probably at the heart of something we should pursue in that case. I'm disobeying my golden rule of never take examination out of order because it always goes wrong. So, but let's nevertheless follow through. We have to follow that through now. We've been through table 1 already, and there is an acknowledgement from the applicant that there are, at least potentially, on the basis of the 2016 map, class 2 soils within, or maybe even class 1 soils within the site. EIA has revealed that there are class 2 soils, but all that the phrase nationally important mapped interest means is that if there is a mapped interest of importance on the site, at least using the predictive tool, then you carry out EIA. That's the order, isn't it? That's the order of events.
Sorry, you said if there is...
If the predictive tool of the carbon map shows that there are nationally important soils on the site,
yes,
or that there may be, that triggers, in terms of Table 1 SPP, the need to examine the significance of the impacts, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
Right. You examine the significance of those impacts. We've already agreed this using the SIEM guidelines. Correct.
Yes, but so it's the guidelines, but the evaluation of the resource using those guidelines would be different if you took Table 1 into account, or whether you took it into account or not, rather.
Right.
If you don't take it into account, you would come to one conclusion. If you do take it into account, you would come to another conclusion.
Well, this is at the heart of the difference between us, so I guess I have to pursue that at this stage. We disagree, and my suggestion is this, that we've already agreed that the, the fact of a nationally important mapped interest, as revealed by the carbon map and peatland map, is a trigger to carry out EIA.
Yes.
The prediction of class 2 soils on the site, may be actually, in fact, especially on a small site, incorrect, there may be no soils there. Is that right?
Indeed, yes.
Or B, there may be soils there, but they may be in they may not support good quality peatland habitat. That's another conclusion that could be drawn, isn't it?
It is.
In those two circumstances, and I've just drawn attention to two, how could it fairly be concluded that the resource on the site in EIA terms was of national importance? It wouldn't be, would it? It wouldn't fulfill the predictions of the predictive tool, would it?
If the resource wasn't there, then no, it wouldn't.
Or if the resource was there, but it didn't support decent quality peatland habitat, then it would be
Yes, I mean,
unfair to say that nevertheless this is a nationally important resource, because it wouldn't be.
that's correct.
Yeah. So it's perfectly possible for EIA to reach a different conclusion on the importance of the resource than simply saying, well, Table 1 says it's important, therefore it's important. It depends on the outcome of EIA, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think we've got back to where I thought we were.
Well, not sure that we have.
Carry on.
Because if you had a blanket bog, and it was, I mean, if you blanket bog, which meets the criteria for being class 2, not because it was on the map, but because that's what's actually there.
Yep.
That would be, in my assessment of it, that would be considered nationally important.
We agree in policy terms. Perhaps where we disagree, and if we disagree, we disagree. Well, the reporter make a note of it, and you may be right, I may be right, I've got no idea. But but it's a matter of evidence to this inquiry. We say that as a matter of policy, yes, if there are class 2s on soils on the site, that is a matter of national importance. Yes, that triggers an assessment process under the development management advice in Table 1. That can lead to 3 results, which we've already been through. Not significant, yes, significant, but okay, yes, significant, but not okay. But part of the EIA process, using the SIAM guidelines endorsed by SNH for this very use, the evaluation of importance is made as set out in the inquiry report of Dr. Massey, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely no difficulty with that process.
Is it perhaps what's troubling you is the apparent illogic of there being a nationally important interest, which is evaluated at EIA level as being of local importance? Is it simply that apparent logic difficulty? Is that what's stopping you just saying yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to get past that. I can't. I'm perhaps persuade you you're wrong. We agree to differ, and thank you for your answer. I think it gives total clarity as to where we are on that point. And ma'am, it's now an hour and 7 minutes. It's a convenient moment for a break if you'd like one.
Yes, I think that is a good place to stop. If we can say, what, 10-minute break? 15? 10, 15?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. 15 would be better.
Yeah, so we'll be back at 14:40 then. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, I think we're all back in our chairs. If we could resume, please, Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Cooper, are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thanks very much. What I'm looking at now is the issue of what happened after the 11th September 2018 consultation response at CD22. We know that some of the material in 8210, what you call your paper 4 and the spreadsheet, the Annex 2 spreadsheet, was supplied to the ECU. They supplied it to the applicant. Let's follow the trail, shall we? If you go to CD 84, please. Let me know when you got it.
That's the letter from Rambo to Stephen McFadden.
That's correct. 15 October 2018.
Yes,
Have you seen this letter before?
I have. Yes.
And this is, we know, therefore, the applicant saying, thanks for your email, Mr. McFadden. We respond to your questions and relief. Although we will follow this up with a formal request for further information, we provide an initial response to your questions. So this is the first response, isn't it, from the applicant to the SNH's and other people's views, but SNH's views as well. You can see that, can't you?
Yes.
And we can see in the table 1, 1 to 5 down, do you agree with what SNH and RSPB Scotland have said about carbon-rich soils, etc.? And you see what's in the right column. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Fine. And then the next stage would be CD 812. Sorry, not CD 812. We'll go there in a moment. The next step, if we take it to CD 811, would you please? Which is a Botanico document of 20 December 2018. Have you got that?
Yes.
And this is where Botanico respond to the SNH objection. If you go to electronic page 3, we can see a record of SNH's objection on the basis of carbon-rich soils, etc. You see that?
Yes.
And electronic page 7, where paragraph 310 and following, I'm not going to go into the detail. There's obviously Dr. McMullen, who was then dealing with the project for the applicant, deals with habitat survey material. And then on to electronic page 9, a review of the SNH response summary. You see that?
Yes.
And then on electronic page 14, in landscape format, a response to your paper 4 peat and peatland advice. You see that?
Yes.
And I think you'll agree that response is in some detail, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
And on page 19, electronic page 21, my apologies, page 21, section 5, discussion about ecological enhancement opportunities. So we have that. Then there was the additional information. Do you recall that of May 2019?
Yes.
And this included, if you go to it, please, CD 746. You've already been there. You're invited to look at some very attractive looking bog pools. You see
Got
that?
it. Yes, thank you.
And that is a peatland management plan which extends beyond peat management into habitat management, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
And that is a further document building on what had been done earlier, and that came to SNH, didn't it?
It did. I can't tell you exactly when and how it came to SNH, but yes, it came to SNH.
That's fine. And then if we go finally to, in this chain, to CD 812, and this is to Stephen Mofad again, thanking him for facilitating a meeting with SNH, which you attended?
No.
Oh, sorry, you didn't attend. Attended by Stephen Austin. So who was there to talk about peatland habitats on behalf of SNH? Stephen Austin's not an expert, is he?
He's not a peatland specialist, no. I know that Brendan Turvey was also there. He is not a peatland specialist either.
No, he's a policy man, isn't he? Well, if you look at SNH's assessment methodology for original objection, we can see the discussion that took place, including that reference to that 2016, not 2018 document, and we see what Mr. Tovey said. Now, I'm putting all this to you partly because of an extraordinary question put by Jennifer Jack to Dr. Mills to the effect that the applicant would not have appeared to invited SNH to respond again after its initial consultation response. That's simply not correct, is it? The applicant took extremely extensive steps to engage with SNH, didn't it?
I don't know the circumstances of this. I assume from the opening line that it was, and this is just an assumption of mine from reading what I see, that the applicant had approached ECU, who had then facilitated the meeting with us.
Yes, but it's not just the meeting, is it, Dr. Cooper? We're talking about the Botanico report of 20 December 2018, a very detailed response to SNH's consultation response. I'm talking about the additional information of May 2019, CD 746, talking about the earlier October 2018 initial response by Ramboll. The evidence is there, isn't it? The applicant really did try to engage with SNH's objection. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, in a yes/no sense, then yes.
Well, you can qualify your yes if you want.
No, I was just going to say I am aware of there was a, what you call it, delay or confusion that it was with the peatland management plan rather, which I think I'm right in saying didn't come to us directly, and it was assumed that we had it when we didn't. But I mean, as I say, that's just a timing thing. I mean,
So your answer is yes. In other words, the applicant did make every effort to engage on the topic of SNH's objection, didn't it?
I think it's fair to say that yes, they did they got in touch with us and
yeah,
tried to engage. Yes.
Let's see the only further response that SNH gave, shall we? We turn to CD 32. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but this is, I think, the only further response we get from SNH in this entire saga. You've got the letter in front of you?
It's just appearing now. So that is
18 April 2019.
Yes.
Look at paragraph 3. In our original response to the application, we made no request for additional works and assessments to be carried on this topic. We have noted the comments to the additional works that have been submitted. However, it hasn't changed our position. We maintain our objection. I refer to our response of 11/9/18. It's a pretty brusque brush off, isn't it? To the applicant's extensive attempts to engage. That's all we get back, correct? You proud of that?
I appreciate your position, concern with it. Yeah.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. That's generous. So let's turn to document 8210 at page 25. Hope I got the right reference there.
Sorry, can you just remind me which page, please?
It's page 25. It's the Annex 2 assessment. So with me while I get something else in front of me. Have you got that?
Yes,
It's a
thank you.
spreadsheet that follows
Yes.
the instruction Annex 2. So it's we're now in spreadsheet format, but doing what it says on the tin in terms of what Annex 2 to the instruction says. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. Now, we've already established that the instruction doesn't tell the staff how to evaluate the significance of effects, although there is a reference to sign guidelines. I'd just be interested to know one thing here. Which comes first, a determination of significant effects or a determination of whether or not a proposal is of national interest? Which comes first?
Well, it's the determination of national interest that will confirm significant effect.
Not quite sure what that means, actually. Can you mean if you determine, see, it's cart and horse, isn't it? If you determine something's of national interest, therefore it has significant effects. That doesn't really make sense. Which comes first?
Well, I think I just said and it also comes down to this whole question of significance. If you're asking about whether or not it's going to be significant or Nature Scott as we are now, SNH as we were then, is going to object, then it's on the basis of there being a national interest issue.
Well,
So
let's follow
in that context, the national interest assessment would come first.
Well, let's follow that through, the logic of it. If you go back to CD 787.
Yep, gotcha.
And you go to Annex 2, which is on electronic page 8, I hope it is anyway. Annex 2 anyway.
Yes.
It says, using this assessment process, case officers should always complete the assessment set out in this annex before seeking specialist advice from the Habitats Group Rural Resources Unit. Is that you, the Habitats Group? Who is it?
Yes, that's me.
That's you.
I mean, it's not just me, but it's me.
It's your team anyway.
Yes.
So the case officers fill in this form, or they complete their spreadsheet, as you've done in the spreadsheet we've already been to, which we'll come back to. And that determines, does it, whether or not the matter is of national interest?
Well, no, because it will be national interest panel that determines whether or not it is of national interest.
Oh, all right. In terms of producing your advice to the national interest panel, you complete this, the spreadsheet, and having completed it, that determines whether or not it's of national interest. Is that right?
No, that's part of the evidence that goes to the national interest panel, and it's whether or not it is a national interest.
I do understand that. In terms of the advice you give to the national interest panel, in terms of the presentation you make to the panel,
yes,
you fill in this form, or you complete the spreadsheet, and that's your evidence to say whether or not the matter is of national interest, your view being presented to the panel. Is that correct?
that is part of the evidence, yes.
You say part of the evidence. My first question was, which comes first? a determination of significant effects or a determination of whether or not the proposal is of national interest? You said a determination of whether or not the proposal is of national interest. That comes first. Let me help you here. Go to your reason I'm asking. There's a complete, in my view, series of non sequiturs here. If you go to your inquiry report, please, which is CD 14.8 at paragraph 4.1, electronic page 7. When reviewing an EIA report, SNH first considers whether there are significant impacts on features, and if so, whether these raise issues of national interest.
Yes.
So are you saying, contrary to your earlier answer, that it's actually the determination of significance comes first?
The significance is within the context of what you're evaluating it against. So if you're assessing it as being nationally important, so it could be significant at the national important level, but not necessarily at the national interest level.
Right, let's just follow that through. SNH first considers, paragraph 4.1, whether there are significant impacts on features which are nationally important. So to me, that means you, hopefully following some methodology, we'll come to that later, determine whether or not there are significant impacts, EIA impacts on features of national importance, and if so, i.e. if there are such impacts, whether these raise issues of national interest. Is that the order of events?
The order of events is yes.
So you first of all decide whether or not, in SNH's view, there are significant effects following the SPP Table 1 development management test approach on features which are nationally important, and if so, whether they raise issues of national interest. I'm sorry to belabor this point, but I want to make sure there's no confusion between us. Is that the order of events?
Yes.
But a development which has significant effects in those terms may yet not be of national interest. Is that correct?
Correct.
But conversely, unless there are significant effects, there could be no national interest. Is that also correct?
There are no significant effects on a nationally important, in this context, in a nationally important feature, then yes, there would be no national interest.
All right. It's just that I need to go back into why I asked the question. There appeared to me some confusion on the issue, but I've cleared up the confusion, so we'll leave it at that. Let's go back, if we may, to Annex 2 to the CD 787 again. I want to understand one or two points about this document in the context of Blarghour. Assessment criteria are listed for each proposed infrastructure. First is raised bog, second is montane bog. They don't concern us here, do they?
No, they don't.
So we're on to 3 blanket bog. And the continuous unit of blanket bog in 3A is the proposed development within a continuous unit of more than 25 hectares. That means continuous, yes, I know what continuous means, but on Blarghour, therefore, I think we agree that there are such units of more than 25 hectares. Would it be fair to say that at Blarghour, unlike, say, the flow country, they are circumscribed by ridges and spurs, so they're long and thin. They don't extend much laterally. They may be more than 25 hectares, but they are circumscribed by the topographical features you see on site.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Then we come to C as my next question. Does the proposed development footprint with a buffer of 250 metres? Why a buffer of 250 metres? What does that relate to?
It's 250 metres is, I can't remember exactly where it came from originally, but essentially it's to allow, I mean, yeah, we'll take it back. If you've got infrastructure, there's normally a micrositing tolerance sought. Now, there may be instances where there is still scope to move out with the micrositing tolerance, but that would be able to accommodate development. So essentially what we're saying is we're trying to not have too tight a boundary around the area that we're assessing.
A relevant area would be presumably the centre point of the proposed turbine in this case, plus or minus the micrositing distance, and then you add to that a zone for indirect hydrological effects. That would be the area you want to look at, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, well, whether that's 250 or less, I'm not really concerned. I just wanted to get some logic behind that figure.
Yeah.
All right. In any event, there is absolutely no means of determining through this annex, I take it that's not the purpose, of determining whether or not, in this case, Blarghour would have significant effects. It's simply a checklist of issues to indicate the importance of the resource. That's what it is, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And it takes you simply to determine whether or not the matter is of national interest. What I can't see is the connection between the determination of significant effects in this document. They appear to have two different purposes and not linked to each other, i.e. EIA and this document. What is the link? It's a very odd document to me.
I'm sorry if it appears odd. It's, as I think we did earlier, we went through the, because it's based on the criteria, the habitat quality criteria from the SSSI guidelines, and so essentially it's just a checklist against those to determine whether or not the site is of that level of quality.
All right, so the answer to the question is there's absolutely no connection between the significance of the effects on a particular site and the outcome of this document. This is simply a SSI checklist. There's nothing to do with impacts.
The document doesn't have anything to do with impacts, no. That's not its purpose.
Fair enough. Oh, well. Would you go to your precognition, please? I haven't got the CD number, but I'm sure you've got it close to hand.
I think it's
Give me the number.
15.5.
15.5 at paragraph 18. Nature Scott notes that Dr. Massey in Table 13 of the appendix to her inquiry report assesses the quality of blanket bog at Blarghour using the SSSI guidelines. Several of the criteria used are not relevant to determining national interest, and some of the relevant species are ignored. So I think what you're saying here is in Table 13, she uses some criteria which are not addressed in Annex 2 to the instruction. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Right. But of course, as you know, when Dr. Massey wrote her inquiry report, she didn't know the existence of the instruction. You know that too, don't you?
Well,
as a matter of fact, I'm telling you that she didn't.
Right, well, if she didn't, she didn't.
Not going to go back into why we've been there. Would you look at her inquiry report, please, at electronic page 31. I'm just rehearsing that on between paragraph 647 and 649, she addresses what she does in table 13. This is ready for the reporter's note. This is where she addresses this. And then if you go to CD, hold file, let me get the right reference out. Table 13, CD 14.4. Electronic page 16. We can see bear with me a moment, would you? Yep. This is her tabular comparison of the blanket bog report of Blarghour of some of the SSI selection criteria. So you have 3 columns: the criterion, the evidence, and then is the criterion met? Whether or not you agree with the conclusions, I'm sure you acknowledge that Dr. Massey has addressed this issue very thoroughly. Do you agree?
Yes, I'm happy to accept that she's, yes.
And her selection criteria are taken from JNCC guidelines, aren't they? You recognise them?
I do, yes.
An unimpeachable source, I'm sure you'd agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So turn also, please, to paragraph 642 of her inquiry report on electronic page 30. Here, she, Dr. Massey records the webinar. You remember presenting that and what you said in that webinar. You have a published definition. The question is of what makes a peatland of national interest rather than national importance.
Sorry,
Okay.
can you just give me a second? Can you give me the paragraph, page number, please?
Of course, electronic page 30.
30, right, thanks.
So there's a question and answer in 642. Have you got that? And if the reporter wants to look at it rather than just read it, ma'am,
Yes.
in the relevant CD, it's at minute 1303. You want to actually to listen to this. Do you have a published definition of what makes a peatland of national interest rather than national importance? And you yourself refer to the SSI guidelines, don't you?
I do.
So we're on common ground. That's what you use to determine that. Well, we'll come back to what your Annex 2 assessment actually tells us in those terms in a minute in comparison with Table 13. Excuse me just a minute, Mum. I'm cutting out some questions which have already been answered, so you bear with me for about 30 seconds. Yeah, I can park that point for the minute and come back to it. I want you to turn now to CD 724, which are the SIEM guidelines. And we can see, can't we, on page 4, I hope I've got the right page here. I think it is, yes. The endorsement by SNH of the document, can't we?
I haven't got to it yet, but I know it's there.
That's all right. We'll just accept it's there. Can we see on page? Make sure I got the right page number 2. Page 5, the introduction. You see that?
Yes.
ECIA is a process of identifying etc., etc. You can see what's done there.
Yep.
We need. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And you used it yourself before?
I haven't used it actively in the sense of carrying out an EIA, no.
What have you used it for?
As background reference material in relation to sort of processes more generally.
Well, you haven't followed the evaluation of baseline and impact assessment process yourself directly.
I think the answer to that's no. Yes, David.
In that case, I'm not going to trouble to go through the document anymore. I want you to turn to CD 1.6, please. At page 42. Paragraph 511, let me know when you're there.
Sorry, the page number was?
It's page 42.
42.
Which I hope will take you to the first page of the ecology chapter, does it?
It does, yes, thanks.
It's a relief. We can see that in the introduction, there's a reference to the SIEM guidelines. In that case, the earlier edition, but nevertheless, the SIEM guidelines. You see that? Yeah.
Yes.
And we can see, well, let me ask you, let's cut to the chase. You've read this chapter. Are you satisfied that it rigorously followed the assessment process set out in the SIEM guidelines?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Yeah, yes, thank you for that. Again, that answer helps me cut to the end of that particular series of questions. So in terms of the baseline ecology, now looking at your approach to the whole issue, as opposed to the SIEM approach and the applicant's approach, tell me first of all, I think you've virtually answered this. I don't think you have any experience yourself of doing ECIA for development.
No.
Do you have any experience of doing any EIA for development? Not ECIA, but EIA at all?
Cutting one out, no.
Do you regard yourself as an expert on MVC classification?
I'm just trying to wonder how to answer that. I suppose I was describing myself as being reasonably expert within a range of habitats, but most certainly not all habitats.
Do you regard yourself as an expert on MVC classification in blanket bog habitats?
Yes.
Peat habitats, I should say,
yes.
probably not blanket bog. Very well. Go back then, please, to CD 8210. Now, I've got to be careful here because there's different page numberings. And I'm going to get confused. It's actually page 40. I think that's why I'm getting confused by this. My apologies. This is paper 4. So page 40, try that.
That is paper 4, peat and peatland advice.
That's correct. I've got the wrong e-page number. It's page 40. In the fourth paragraph on that page, you see it starts page 5.1, impacts assessed. Paragraph
Yes.
5.3. Good, we're at the right point. There is no reference to the indirect loss of habitat other than the foraging or breeding habitat species. Well, Dr. Cooper, there wouldn't be, would there? Because those impacts, the indirect loss, the hydrological impacts, are dealt with in Chapter 7 of the ES, aren't they? Not in Chapter 5. You understand that?
Yes, but there should be reference to them in that.
Well, spoken to somebody who hasn't carried out EIA, but you read the document as a whole, don't you? And Chapter 7 does cover an indirect loss, doesn't it? It covers the hydrological effect.
It does,
Did
yes.
you review? Did you review Chapter 7?
Yes.
Thank you.
I did.
Very well. Turn over to page 43, would you? It is under the heading assessment. You see the heading there, assessment. It is
Yes.
clear from Annex
Yes.
2. All of the turbine locations visited satisfy the criteria for nationally important carbon-rich soils, etc. The same applies to areas of blanket bog walked over and getting from one turbine location to the next. Your conclusions in this document are based on your site visit, aren't they? The site visit that took place, I think, on the 31st of July and the 1st of August 2018. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Your site visit report in 8210, which we have here, is a series of general observations, may I say so. Do you have any field notes?
Oh, will do, because that'll have been drawn from them.
But so far as the evidence for this inquiry is concerned, what we have is on pages 43 and 44. That's right, isn't it? That's a record of your site visit, coupled with the completion of the spreadsheet at page 46. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Let's look then at page 46 of the spreadsheet. That's what I wanted to get to with that preamble. First of all, look at the peat depth columns. You've got ES table 1, and then you've got SNH. Did you do the peat programs yourself?
I did. There will be some that we did, just to explain. I carried out the visit over 2 days. On the first day, I've done all the peat probings myself. On the second day, I may not have done them all. I was there, but I may not have done all of them.
Understand. How do you know that your probes were in the same position as the ES probes?
Oh, we don't.
So that although in this Annex 2 spreadsheet, you set out, say at turbine 1, ES says 50, and you say 44, the reporter and we have no means of knowing if those probes were in the same location. So we don't know if we're comparing like with like, do we?
Depends what you mean by like with like. They might have been a few meters apart.
Well, yeah, they may well have been a few meters apart, and that's the point, isn't it? That if a turbine position is assessed on a plus or minus 50 meters basis for micrositing purposes, it's quite important to know whether if your probes are taken in the same place or not.
I would suggest it may not be actually. If they were say they were 3 meters, it was 5. Oh no, say it was 5 meters different.
Mm.
Now given the size of a turbine base, whether the center point is at one point or another point 5 meters away is going to make next to no difference to the area that is disturbed in the construction of that turbine base.
But coming back to the peak model point made to Dr. Mills,
Yes.
we simply don't know. This will be determined post-consent if a consent is granted, but we don't know if we're comparing like with like here. We don't know, as a matter of fact, whether your probe is in the same position as the ES probe. So the reporter has to be very cautious, doesn't she, in comparing one figure with another between these columns.
Well, I mean, I suppose we did another exercise, which I don't think is reported in here, but it might be, probably not, of actually doing transects. It was a bit like what I think Dr. Mills was describing this morning, doing a transect with peak depths at intervals along it.
Well,
And that is,
it's not before the inquiry, Dr. Cooper, is it? That's the trouble. I can't
Sorry?
interrogate that. It's not before the inquiry, is it? Transect exercise.
no,
Was
I thought
it
you might be
carried on?
interested.
Sorry,
Well, I
can I
might well have been interested.
sorry to interject at this point, but I just wondered if, just because we're at this point, whether Mr. Cooper could explain. He did locate the probing locations. We've obviously got the easting and northing, but how did he go about trying to reconcile those locations?
It was with a GPS device. Put in the eastings and northings and walked to until it said I was there.
And how would that have compared to how the applicant located the probing locations?
I would imagine exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
But the GPS accuracy is what, plus or minus 5 meters with a six-figure reference?
Could be. I should say not on this. This is okay. I'll accept this is sort of anecdotal, but just to let you know, I have been on other sites doing this where I've actually come across. When I've arrived at the point I was away to take the peat depth, I've actually found the peats that came up out of the hole where a
But
previous
not
person had.
that's circumstantial.
Absolutely, it's circumstantial, but I'm just saying people do get that close. And as I say, even if it was 5, even if it was 10 meters different, then in terms of the turbine base, which might be what, say ballpark, 100 meter by 50 meters, the fact that you're sort of 2 or 3 meters away is not going to make the slightest bit of difference.
Well, I didn't compile this table, Dr. Cooper, you did. And there's no warning in there. Be careful, this may be in the probes may be in different positions. It almost says the ES is wrong and we're right, but that's not the case.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
The probes could be in different positions. That's why the figures are different. Is that correct?
I cannot say for definite that they were in different positions.
I see. And as to the transects, that information wasn't provided as part of the FOI material, was it? We don't have it. Or don't you know?
Fine, I don't know.
Okay. Coming on to the next series of columns, which have got green yeses in them, there are a series of yes/no answers here to a series of questions. And Dr. Massey's already been critical of this approach and said that doesn't tell her enough to interrogate the results. It's simply a yes/no. I can't interrogate that, can I, to find out the reasons why you came to the view yes. It's simply a yes/no.
I'm just wondering what else you would be wanting.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dr. Cooper, what I'm looking for is material such as found in response to the environmental statement, which followed a methodology. In other words, we, SNH or Nature Scott, disagree with the conclusions reached on the ES in terms of whether the peat at table 1 is, the surface at table 1 is capable of forming peat because. I could interrogate the because. I can't interrogate yes or no, can I?
you can't interrogate it, no. But you could, for example, look at the EIA and see whether or not it agreed that Blanket Bog was at those locations.
Oh, Dr. Cooper, really? We have the EIA in front of us. It's our document. We support the EIA. You're saying, well, actually, we believe there are significant effects based on your site visit, based on the record made here. I can't interrogate your conclusions. I can't interrogate a yes, no. Where do you provide the evidence to support the word yes? Where is it? It's not there, is it?
I'm just, yes, I'm struggling to know what you would want in the way of evidence.
Well,
If I had put down that it was, say, I don't know, given it an NVC community, would that have helped?
I'm surprised you're asking me what evidence is required. Would you go to CD19, please, to give you an example? Appendix 5.2, E page 17.
Sorry, you're going to just repeat that, please.
Of course, my apologies. CD19, Appendix 5.2, E page 17.
Okay.
Let me just find that electronic myself because I need to do so. Excuse me a minute.
After we've taken that point, we could perhaps take a break. I think we could probably be doing with a break after this point, if that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep, so it's Technical Appendix 5.2, Phase 1 Habitat Survey.
Ma'am, I'll take the break now, in fact, because I need to reconcile an e-page number here which has gone wrong. So if we take the break now, I'll come back to that afterwards. If you're content with that.
Sorry, the delay finding my mute button. Yes, that's fine. We'll come back then. Will we take 15 minutes? So 15:45.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Okay, we're just waiting for Ms. Jack to join us. Thank you. Mr. Chinnock, do you want to resume your cross-examination, please?
I would, yes. I have said I don't think we can quite finish it by a reasonable time today, given that I know it's been a long day for Dr. Cooper, indeed for myself, for you. We'll see how we go, but I suspect it'll take about half an hour tomorrow morning to finish off.
Ms. Jack has her hand up.
Yeah, it was just to make a request. I've got somebody scribing at this end, and just during that last section, they've been struggling a little bit to keep up when jumping between documents quite quickly. So, if at all possible, if the pace could be measured so that notes can be as accurate as possible, that would be really helpful.
Of course, and my apologies. I'll go a bit slower. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Cooper. I was taking you to CD19, and then we had an electronic page glitch. I want you to go to CD19. This is the technical appendix 5.2. And when you get to technical appendix 5.2, it's electronic page 18, which should, if I'm lucky, be headed Phase 1 Habitat Survey, etc., with a picture of Alba ecology on it.
Yes, got that, thanks.
Excellent. Where we were going with this was that I think you would say, well, what should I have had regard to in order to come to the conclusions, yes, no? Well, let's look at this document. You had this at the time of your site visit, didn't you?
Yes, I think I did.
So we have Phase 1 Habitat Survey, National Vegetation Classification, etc., etc. And then we scroll down to electronic page 26. We can see Phase 1 habitat categories in tabular form. You've got that.
Yes.
And those are of course mapped, aren't they? If
they are.
we, I'll give you the reference now. I mean, I don't think we need to go there. It's in CD17, figures 5.3 for the Phase 1 habitats, and 5.4 for the MVC communities. You're familiar with those figures, Dr. Cooper? Dr.
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
That's fine. Moving on, we've got then habitat and community descriptions. This is a Phase 1 page still. And then on the next page, we come into very considerable detail, I suggest, about NVC material, M19, M17A, M17, M1, M2, etc., etc., and so it goes on. I'm going to scroll along, as you know, this document, page 48, where we have a habitat evaluation. This is material which you had in front of you at the time of your site visit, and I'm just scrolling down through it. In addition to this document, if we scroll down to page 66, do we see Technical Appendix 5.3? This is the earlier proposal at Blarghour, Ballymena. Ecological constraints, you see that?
I haven't quite got there. 66, you said?
Page 60, was it 65? Sorry, I scrolled
65.
down. 65, yeah. Yep.
Yes.
And then we get down to page 107, finally. Technical Appendix 5.4, Ballymena, Argyll, MVC survey for proposed wind farm. You see that?
Yes.
And you had all this material in front of you when you went on site. So we return to your Annex 2. when I suggest to you that yes, no doesn't help us terribly, what I mean is that in order to enable us to evaluate what you say, you would have needed to engage with the material in these technical appendix and actually say why. What is the evidential basis for the conclusions you reached, yes, no? You understand what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying. I find it hard to think that you would be expecting something comparable when that already exists and we're not questioning it. That we should go through an exercise of that scale and detail.
Well,
For this exercise.
With respect, Dr. Cooper, you are questioning it because the conclusions reached in the technical appendix and summarised in ES Chapter 5 and to the extent necessary Chapter 7 do not conclude on the yes-no basis that you do. This is a totally binary approach, which I suggest doesn't really help us or the reporter. There's no reasoning, there's no evidence. We can't interrogate your views on a yes-no basis, can we?
I see what you mean, but I'm still not entirely convinced that another approach would be more meaningful.
Well, I have to suggest to you that fills me with astonishment, that reply. If you really think that a binary yes-no approach on a single spreadsheet is enough to enable the applicant to determine why it was that SNH came to the views it did on determination of national interest, that astonishes me. Do you want to comment?
No, as I say, I mean it's as I say we you know, as I've said before, we accept the detail of information in relation to the NVC in the phase 1. I don't think we've ever questioned that. So I mean, if you're questioning, if you're saying that we don't have any evidence that when I say on that spreadsheet that there's blanket bog there, that there is blanket bog there, you know, sort of, I in turn find that surprising.
Well, let me take an example. If you go to few drains and peat cutting, yes, you say, at all locations.
That's correct.
If you go to CD 14.4, please. At page 7. Hold on, let me get the right reference here. Hold on. It's page getting in the way again, excuse me. Andy, where's your map of drains? 14 point. You go to CD 14.6, please. I'm missing the document. Apologies, ma'am. Its electronic page number is suddenly gone adrift. I'll be with you in just a moment. Here we are. It's on electronic page 12. When you claim there are a few drains or peat cuttings, look at the drainage on electronic page 12 recorded there. It could hardly be said that any point on the site there were a few drains or peat cuttings, could it?
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any peat cuttings.
Drains.
Yeah, in terms of drains, I mean, yes, I mean, I am surprised to see the well, no, I'm not surprised to have seen it before, but I was surprised when I saw that the map showing them. I mean, obviously they're quite, say, the thickness of the line makes them look bigger than they are, and certainly when you're on the ground, I didn't think there were any more than few near any particular piece of infrastructure, and mostly they were of low function. In other words, they weren't actually draining very much.
Well, it's just this information shows you were incorrect.
Well, I'm not sure that it does, but
At all events, when you record in Annex 2 the spreadsheet, few drains and peak cuttings, where's your evidence for saying that before the inquiry to enable me to ask you questions about what you say? There isn't any, is there?
no, it was an observation.
Right, and the same applies to natural surface pattern. Same applies to invasion by woodland and scrub. I can't interrogate yes, no's, can I? I'll put that question for the final time and I'll move on.
No,
So can
I accept that I didn't.
Interruption from your document movements. I know it's not easy, but it's interrupting the witness. Thanks.
Apologies.
Yeah, I accept I have not provided additional detail. I mean, I could have provided a sort of my more sort of detailed species records or whatever for each of the points that we visited, that sort of thing. But it is a summary table to give people an indication of the state of the site. The
summary table
and it is in addition to the information that is in the ES already. Anyway.
But Dr. Cooper, the ES concludes no significant effects on peatland habitat. SNH disagree. This is one of the documents which evidences that disagreement, and yet there is no detail to enable me to see how SNH came to its view. Do you not see the problem?
I see your concern. Yes, you would like there to be more detailed information.
Well, let me put it another way. I think the reporter needs to see more detailed information if she is to support the view of SNH. My suggestion will be in closing that there simply is not the evidential basis for the reporter to prefer Nature Scott's point of view on the yes-nos recorded in Annex 2. That must be so, doesn't it? If you think I'm wrong, tell me where the evidence is before the inquiry.
I have been out on site and I have recorded what I have seen.
Well, if that's as far as your answer goes, that's as far as it goes. You're not taking me into any additional material produced by Nature Scott in support of your yes-nos, are you?
No.
Because there is none.
Well, there is, but no, it was background information to help provide that, prepare that spreadsheet.
Not before the inquiry.
It's not before the inquiry, no.
Right. Let's turn to your inquiry report, if we may. That paragraph 210. And you say you're talking there in the middle of the paragraph, and we better start from the start. Although Blanket Bog is one of Scotland's most extensive semi-natural habitats, it's by no means uniform, etc., etc. Blarghour's vegetation appears to reflect this, with a mosaic of the typically western NVC community M17, more upland M19, etc., Would you go to, again, CD19, we've just been to, you may still have it up, at electronic page 28. Making sure my page numbers correspond with, yeah. At the top of that page, we're talking about M19. And what Dr. Massey says there, because these are her words, that near the bottom, at Blarghour, the vegetation was closest to the M19 community due to subshrubs as ling heather being present, but it was a heavily grazed form, usually a heavily grazed form of this community. Do you have any evidence to disagree with what Dr. Massey says here?
Sorry, I'm still struggling to find. You said 19, page 28.
Yeah, it's the appendix, technical appendix 5.2 again.
Ah, right. Thank you.
In 1.9. It's the document we visited just now, but that's
Right, and that was page 28, you said?
electronic page 28, physical page 11, if you want to make a comparison. Just read that first paragraph.
M19, yeah. Sorry, do you want to
Just
read
read
out loud or just?
No, just read yourself. That's fine. Tell me when you finish reading.
Finish the first paragraph and the second.
So, in your inquiry report at 5:15, no need to go there, I'll rehearse it to you, otherwise we'll lose this document. You say, while agreeing with the empirical findings of the applicant's peat and habitat surveys, SNH concludes that they have underestimated the quality and importance of these features. But in terms of what is recorded there, noting what you said in 5:15, I take it you therefore accept what Dr. Massey says in the paragraph you've just read?
But it's M19, yes.
Yes, but it's a heavily grazed form of this community. Usually a heavily grazed form of this community. At Blarghour, that's what she says. You tell us you accept the result of her surveys. Do you accept what she says here?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could argue there's a difference between the results of the survey, which say it's M19, and an interpretation of some of the detail within that. I think it would be, I mean, probably, think I would, yes, I would accept there are some areas of the M19 which are grazed and moving towards M20. I would also say that that's not true across the whole extent of it.
Okay.
And as I say, it has been mapped as M19, so it's M19.
Yeah, but do you accept, I'm going for the precise words, it's usually a heavily grazed form of this community. You tell us in IR 5:15 you accept the results of the surveys. I assume, therefore, you accept what Dr. Massey says here. And you provide no alternative evidence anyway.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it more closely, then I am content.
Whoops.
I've gone.
You went just now. Could you, to replace Nicola Martin for some obscure reason. Do you want to start your answer again, Dr. Kipra?
Right, yeah.
What
happened? No, I was looking more closely at the wording of it, and I think I am comfortable with it because it's what it says is the grassy type is generally, so this is not specific to Blarghour. And then at Blarghour it was closest to M19 rather. So in fact it is confirming that it is actually M19.
Yeah.
rather than tending to M20.
No, I think that's what Dr. Massey says. It may be verging on M20, but she still classifies it as M19. So we're in happy agreement on that,
Yeah.
on that paragraph. Thank you. If you go to IR 211, your inquiry report at 211, please, which is on, well, 211. That's what I've got.
My inquiry report at 211.
Yep.
That's the bit of it supports a good.
That's the one. And you're referring there to, well, it supports a good, though not outstanding, range and abundance of bog moss sphagnum species, including specimens of Sphagnum austinii, recently removed from the nationally scarce list, and Sphagnum fuscum.
Sphagnum fuscum.
That's the one. I think I'm right in saying that any examples of Sphagnum austinii were found in the M17A communities.
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, that's Dr. Massey's evidence in chief. Do you have any evidence to doubt that?
No, if that's what she found, I'm happy with that.
The point being that there's no wind farm infrastructure proposed within M17A, is there?
No, I'm not saying that's where I found it, but if that's where she found it, that's fine.
Well, I've given you the chance to say where you found it, but if you don't want to dispute what she says, that's also fine with me. So I'll give you a final chance. I want to be fair to you.
So sorry, so what's your question?
Well, my question was, the Sphagnum austinii was found only within the M17A communities. That's Dr. Massey's evidence in chief, orally. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
The only evidence I would have, there was a photograph in one of the that we saw earlier on today.
Yeah.
And that looked to me like more like it was in M19 than an M17.
But you have no direct evidence that it's in M19 as opposed to M17, and you don't know where it was on the site anyway. Is that accurate?
I think we've probably got GPS coordinates, but no, they're not provided. They're not presented as evidence.
Very well.
Can I just clarify a point here, just when we're at it, is certainly in the CD 8.2, which is the draft National Interest Panel table, the one where we've got the yes/nos, it does say that there was evidence of Fuscum or Austinia hummocks, and there's another one asterisk as well. Mr. Cooper, I don't know if you could just go to that just to clarify what you said there. So you might just clarify for me what that meant in that context.
So have you got the page number, ma'am?
Yes, it's. I'll give you it. It's. Oh, I would have if my electronic page numbering was working.
Is it perhaps electronic page 44?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, I think it is. It's where.
It's the big table with the yes/no answers, and then it's got locations of the various species that you looked at, and generally you've got no's everywhere, but you've got a little footnote at the bottom of the table. I just wondered if you could explain that.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to. Can you give me the document number, please?
Yes, it's CD 8.2.10. That's probably where I'm misleading you.
Right, thanks. And that's page 40. I've got it.
Yeah, it's your big table.
So that's page 46, I think, isn't it?
46, yes.
Yeah, and it was just that Mr. Trinick was asking you about the locations of the relative species, and I just wondered if you could clarify what you meant there, where you've got your footnote.
Is that although not found at any turbine location, both species were found on the site?
Yes.
Right. Yes. I mean, that's just. So when I was doing the assessment, well, it's really just sort of, literally as it says. When I was doing the sort of more detailed assessments at the various turbines or turbine locations, it didn't come across across either of these species, but did on walking across the site between them. And the significance of them is that they are two species which are sensitive to disturbance.
Okay, and was that instrumental in your view on the importance of the habitat that you were looking at?
No.
That conclusion?
No.
It wasn't?
No. It's sort of like it's a bonus if you like, but it's not critical to the assessment.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Well, thank you, ma'am. That's taken away one of my questions. It's almost an incidental find, isn't it, Dr. Cooper? It doesn't go to your view of the value of the site.
No, I mean it's if you like it. You could say it confirms, but it doesn't change. Wouldn't have changed up or down.
And you have no evidence that the position isn't as found by Dr. Massey, that the Austinii was found in M17A community where there will be no wind farm infrastructure. You have no evidence to offer to the contrary.
I have no evidence to. Sorry, I'm not too sure what you're asking me there. There might have been two questions in there.
You have no evidence.
I do not question that Dr. Massey found it in M17. Sorry, M17A.
Right.
I am reasonably confident, but more than reasonably confident, because I know it wasn't in an area of M17A. When I think about where the M17A is mapped, that's not where we found it. But I have no evidence other than the photograph that's in one of the documents. I can't remember which one that's before the inquiry.
All right, well, to put it another way, you have no evidence that this species would be disturbed by the development.
I have no evidence that it would, no.
Well, it's rather what we're about in the inquiries, Dr. Cooper. So the answer is you have no evidence that this species would be disturbed by the development. Are we clear on your answer?
Yes. Well, sorry. Can I qualify that? I don't know that there isn't more of it there that would be disturbed.
Dr. Cooper, I can only go on the evidence you bring to this inquiry. I can't guess at what else there might be out there. On the evidence you bring to this inquiry, I think I have your answer. Thank you. Go to two general points, really, which don't really need to take us to any documents, at least not initially. The first is in terms of the phrase active blanket bog.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've got an agreed definition. We can go to a source if we need to, but it means that I suggest that blanket bog still supports a significant area of vegetation that is normally peat forming. Would you associate yourself with that definition?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Turn to Dr. Massey's inquiry report, please, at 572. This is on electronic page 24. And this is her summary of a section starting at 564 on Annex 1 habitat at Blarghour, i.e. the baseline, and she comes to her conclusions at 572, and I want to put those conclusions to you. Read through 572, please. Let me know when you're finished.
Yes, I've finished reading that.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Noting what you've already recorded, you've said at paragraph 515, you agree with the empirical findings of the applicant's peat and habitat surveys. I would take it, therefore, that there is nothing with which you disagree in the summary in 572.
Yes, there are things with which I could disagree because that's not empirical evidence, that's interpretation.
What do you disagree with, so the reporter can make a note?
Well, I'll go through them one by one, saying sort of agree, disagree. It might be the easiest way.
Yes, of course.
So most widespread NVC community M19, yes, I agree with that, but very limited amount of surface water present. I agree with that, and it's exactly what I would expect because it's quite unusual to have surface water associated with M19.
Sorry, just go through this slightly
Oh,
slowly.
sorry.
Just so I can get for the benefit of my notes. So I got the agree.
Sorry. Yes, so I agree M19. I agree a limited surface water. And it would be unusual to have surface water. Grass is dominating. I'm not sure I would agree with that. I think that described it in places, but I wouldn't say that it described it across the site.
Can you also just let me know why you don't agree with it? If that's
it's not what I saw.
So, it's not what you saw, but in terms of the evidence that you bring to this inquiry of what you saw, where do we find that record?
I don't think I have recorded anything that is before the inquiry that would confirm that.
That's our problem. But
although I think the description that we were reading earlier from Dr. Massey of the M19 would certainly question it.
Go on.
Sphagnum, I agree with. The low species richness, I would agree with, but I find that one quite difficult because it's not a species-rich habitat anyway. So I wouldn't expect it to be species-rich.
Very well.
I don't accept that it's of low quality. A highest quality blanket bogs M17 Oh, yeah, it's just a different way of interpreting these things from the way I do, but I understand what is being said, so I'll say I agree.
Okay.
Air peak and grazing pressure was also evident in M17.
This is the point, the M17 blanket bog up Blarghour was impacted. That's the one you're on now, is it?
No, I was finishing off the highest quality.
All right, yeah, sure.
You're just saying, because it's saying it's the highest quality, but it has bare peat and grazing pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So that's quite interesting.
You agree with that?
I'll be honest, I can't remember on that one.
Okay, fair enough. Carry on with the next one then.
M17 was impacted by grazing and drainage inequalities. Yeah, you see, this is I don't agree, because I don't think you can compare M17 and M19 in terms of their quality. They're different communities.
All right. I can live with that disagreement, so let's move on.
Quality of the wet modified bog, M17B and M3 is considered to be poor. M3 being poor is quite a difficult one for me to handle, because it's a very species poor community. I mean, it might only have 2, 3, 4 species in it. So that's
you're saying you agree in respect of M3, therefore?
Well, I find it difficult to know what a poor example of M3 would be.
All right.
Overall, the blanket bog resource at Blarghour is thought to be mostly inactive. I definitely don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And your evidence to present for that disagreement is, where do we find that? Your site visit again, isn't
it? Well, no, it's primarily, well, I mean, yes, my site visit, but you'll say that there isn't any evidence describing the community in sufficient detail for that. My evidence is in the environmental impact assessment report.
All right, well, that's a matter of, I'm not going to go into the detail of that. The ES says what it says. Carry on.
And the final one, I agree with that.
Okay, that's extremely helpful. I just thought it was useful to go through that summary and see where we agreed and disagreed. Would you go to paragraph 5.3 of your inquiry report, please?
5.3.
Which is on electronic page 9. And also get in front of you, if you can, CD16 at page 510.
CD16.
That's chapter 5 of the ES. E-page 51 is probably how you will find it.
Right.
So you found that page?
I've got it was my inquiry report at paragraph 5.3, yes?
5.3, that's right.
I've got that. I'm still just in the process of getting 16.
16 E-page 51.
Okay, yeah, I've got both of these now.
At this point, I'm aware this is if we were face to face, it would be a long enough cross-examination. virtually it's actually quite towering, and I've got sympathy with Dr. Cooper. I'm also feeling it myself, and I should do that. So I think when we get to the end of this small passage of evidence, I am going to suggest breaking for the day and coming back and finishing tomorrow morning. I know now that I won't be more than half an hour to 40 minutes in the morning, so I don't think we're going to run short of time.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm asking the reporter rather
Yes,
than
I thought.
it's all up to us, regrettably. Are you happy with that, ma'am? You're on mute. I'll continue, Dr. Cooper,
Sorry,
the questions.
I was having particular difficulty controlling my mouse at that point. It's clearly that time of the day. Yes, I was nodding in agreement. That seems entirely sensible. And how much longer do you think we'd have to then go in the morning?
I'd say 30 to 40 minutes and we'll be through, but I think it's unfair to expect, and Dr. Cooper's a very resilient witness, but it's unfair to expect a witness to go on, especially in this virtual setting, which is more tiring, to go on too long.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So if you want to just finish up on this.
I'll finish off this small bit and then we'll cut for the night if that's all right.
That's useful. Thank
you. Looking at your 5.3 inquiry report, first bullet point, you quote from the ES, active peat forming blanket bog is listed by European legislation, etc. The unmodified blanket bog habitat in the study area could be described as active. Are you satisfied that's a complete record of what the ES actually says on this point?
It may not be a complete record. I don't know, but it definitely says that.
Well, it does say that, but go to 553 in the ES, which you should have at electronic page 51.
Yep.
I would suggest to you that it says a lot more than that, and there's some distinct qualifications to that initial phrase which you quote. It'd be fair to say, wouldn't it?
Well, will I read the rest of the sentence?
Well, you read it to yourself,
Right, okay.
out loud, but I'm looking at the whole paragraph. I'm afraid that my suggestion is that you've been a bit selective in your quotation there, that the full meaning of that paragraph is not quite as represented by your quotation. It's a short point, so just give me your answer.
Yes, it goes on to say that it should, on balance, should be treated as approaching Annex 1 European habitat descriptions.
Well, I'm leaving it as my suggestion that your quotation isn't really representative of the paragraph. The reporter can make up her mind. If you go on to the second quotation in 5.3, which is taken from paragraph 5.524 of the ES, it is clear the majority of the habitat predicted loss due to the development will be unmodified blanket bog. Well, would you like to go to paragraph 5.524, please, which is on page 55? I suggest that what you quoted again is certainly not representative of the meaning of that paragraph.
Sorry, what have I read? It is clear that the majority. It is clear that the majority of the predicted habitat loss due to proposed development would be unmodified blanket bog, followed by blah. Right, that's what it says.
Yes, read the whole of the paragraph, please. The blanket bog, although called unmodified, and acid grassland habitats are currently managed and consequently modified. That would give the paragraph its full meaning, wouldn't it? The reporter needs to note to be careful in approaching your quotations, doesn't she?
The blanket bog, although called modified, unmodified, and consequently modified.
My suggestion is that simply what you quoted isn't representative of the meaning of the paragraph. I shall leave the point there. If you can answer it or not answer.
Well, yeah, I read it as saying what it said.
Go to the next quotation in paragraph 5.3. It is recognised that in several areas there is little scope for moving off the high quality areas of blanket bog. Well, here in particular, if you go to 525 and read the whole paragraph to yourself, I suggest that what you were quoted is very far from representative of the meaning of that paragraph. Would you agree?
I think it says what I've said, doesn't it?
Come on, Dr. Cooper. Microsighting
It
would
is.
be used to relocate. No, bear with me, please. Microsighting would be used to relocate extraction infrastructure to further avoid the most sensitive habitats. This will be carried out on the ground. The MVC survey provides guidance in many areas how to avoid the most sensitive, intact, and potentially active blanket bog areas through design. Already done, and microsighting yet to be done. However, this is the only bit you quote. In some areas, there's little scope. That's your quotation is certainly representative of the full meaning of the paragraph, is it?
It's probably more accurate than what you just said yourself, I'm afraid.
Well, there we are. The reporter has my point. To be cautious on reading on quotations.
Let Mr. Cooper just answer that question, if you don't mind, please. Do you want to just expand on why you think your interpretation of it's correct, please, Mr. Cooper?
Certainly, yeah. It's just that it is recognised that in several areas there is little scope for moving off the higher quality areas of blanket bog, and that is what I have quoted. That is what it says. That is what I have quoted.
Yes, Dr. Cooper, but if you're presenting information as a professional to an inquiry, it's incumbent on you not to present quotations which are not representative of the meaning of the, without giving the context and without presenting the full meaning of the paragraph in which the quotation comes. That's my suggestion. And you failed in that respect. If you don't think so, well, that's your answer.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just don't agree with your interpretation of that. That's not how I read it.
You can just leave that.
Final point.
I will read it in full and compare it with the
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. That's why I went to the point. My final point today is simply on paragraph 5.4 of your inquiry report.
Mm-hmm.
Where you say SNH would highlight that active blanket bog is one of the relatively few habitats listed in the Habitats Directive as a priority natural habitat type. Therefore, and these are the words I want to focus on, having the highest level of protection. Now, we know that this is not, Blarghour site is not part of a candidate SAC or an SAC, it's not part of a triple SI. What level of protection did you have in mind? What protection does this enjoy?
Well, it enjoys protection on SECs that are designated for active blanket bog as a qualifying habitat.
I know it's a long day, Dr. Cooper. You heard my question. We've established that Blarghour is not a candidate SAC or an FAC, or, bear with me, please.
Certainly.
Or a triple SI. Therefore, my suggestion is that the blanket bog on this site has absolutely no legal protection or other protection at all. If the owners want to dig it up tomorrow, drain it, burn it, there would be nothing that could be done. There is no current protection, is there?
Well, no, and I haven't said that there is.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cooper, you may be getting tired, but you've said in your phrase, therefore having the highest level of protection. That was the promise I was coming to. My suggestion is it has no level of protection. does it?
Under the Habitats Directive, it does. Not at Blarghour, because it's not a designated site.
Sorry, Dr. Cooper. Dr. Cooper,
Yes.
we're dealing with Blarghour, because your
Yes.
it goes on to say the habitat at Blarghour does indeed meet the EC Habitats Annex 1 definition. Therefore, my interpretation of what you were saying is that at Blarghour, this priority natural habitat type has the highest level of protection. At Blarghour, it doesn't have any protection, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. That'll do for the day, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we'll try and get this mouse thing sorted out for tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone, for everyone's patience this afternoon. There's been a lot of ground covered. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, and we'll see you again in the morning to conclude your part of the inquiry. Is there any business we need to cover before we close for the day? Anything anyone can think of?
Thank you.
So we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow, and Mr. Trinick, you will then conclude your cross-examination, and hopefully we can get on to the landscape part of the evidence as early as possible tomorrow, and be on track according to the timetable. Okay, thank you all very much, and good night. Okay, bye.